not in this world of the combination of technologies, AI, blockchain, big data. All of these things combined are going to fundamentally change the way financial services work. And so you all being here today, talking to these innovators that are standing outside, listening to people talking about the evolution and the future of financial services and how technology is going to play a big part, you're on the right step, right? Because it's not going to look the same in 10 years. Now, I had to give a speech last year on Financial Services 2030, and this was just before the whole big AI ChatGPT hype began. And I started by my speech like saying the financial services in 2030 will look exactly like it does now and like it did 10 years ago. But I don't think that anymore. It's going to change. And for you to be open-minded, to grasp those opportunities, to look at where the future lies with the innovators that are here today, with the technologists, with the people that are looking to drive change and that have that mindset to drive change. And that is going to be critical for all of you, having that mindset to make change happen for the better in financial services. You're on the right path. These are the future of financial services, these firms. The people here you're going to listen to will be telling you about all the ways that technology is going to evolve financial services. Notice how I've been avoiding the word disruption because I absolutely detest that word. It evolves and it's going to make a huge difference. So starting your careers, looking at careers and examining where you can enter this world, quite honestly, it's a little bit more excited than sitting around with an Excel spreadsheet in most cases as well. It's great that you're here. I think you're going to have a really great day. It's going to be a packed schedule. We've got some great speakers lined up for you. Please go and talk to the people outside who are here, eagerly anticipating your CVs and discussions. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Dear Nasir Zuberi, for your introduction into the whole topic of today. It is very interesting to see also how you see it, as generations see it differently, as everyone has another fundamental and knowledge on it. Now I would like to continue to call the second person on stage. This person is a technologist and one of the leading contributors on fostering learning education in Luxembourg. We're exceptionally delighted to call on stage the General Manager of the DLH Digital Learning Hub, Dr. Serge Linkes. A big round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Alisa, and also Jean-Paul for the nice words and introduction. I'm very, very much honored to have been invited again for opening this Fintech Recruits event. On behalf of the Ministry of Education, Youth and Children, I would like to welcome you all at this beautiful building, the Terres Rouges Building. That's also the house of the Digital Learning Hub. I have the honor to lead a team here in the house that is offering we offered over the last month 500 trainings. We trained more than 3,000 people in a lot of domains of IT, including, of course, fintech, blockchain technologies. We have business intelligence, data, cloud, cybersecurity, all that matters today. You all work a lot, maybe too much, because you have to adapt on this new world. And I'm very impressed about Nasir's speech, and I join him completely that the world is about to change and that AI is playing a key role in that. AI is nothing new, of course. It hypes since November with the appearance of this chatbot that we all use. However, AI exists for at least 60 years. The term AI actually was coined in 1968 by Marvin Minsky and existed even before. So I guess when you take trainings, when you work so hard, I hope that you have also some time left to spend with your family and friends and loved ones and take, for instance, a walk in nature, in the forest. I did it last Sunday. I was out at a beautiful place called Clemency here in Luxembourg, and I told myself, well, I've to take a short video for this FinTech event. To show them a little bit what AI can do do today. So this was taken with my smartphone, and I just applied a certain tool that is available to you all, that's available on the internet. And you see that it works fine. It recognizes bicycle persons. You see the church. I guess we all agree this is not a truck, so there's some kind of mistake. So I'm very lucky that that system recognized me as a person. You see, it's a 92% chance that I'm a person, but I guess we all agree that the thing I carried in my hand is not a frisbee. So AI is pretty good, but maybe not perfect yet, at least for this tool. My question to you is how much lines of, let's say, Python code it took me to generate this motion picture? 0 from Nazir. Actually, you have a number in your mind. Maybe it joins up. It are 3 lines. Sorry, Nazir. Very close, but not exactly. It took me 3 lines to code it. So you see, bold is the video I took with my phone, and I actually had just to enter the name of my video file. And to be very honest, I didn't code 0 lines because I copy-pasted from the internet. So eventually, you are absolutely right. So this is a framework that exists for a long time already on the web. You input a video, and the output is exactly what you saw. You can, of course, fine-tune the system to do other things. For instance, the same framework is used by researchers. I don't understand the topic because it's out of my scope, but I guess it's about the depth of water when they try to measure or monitor the quality of water. It's the same framework fine-tuned to a certain application, and even the Flemish government used it to check who of the member of the parliament is using the phone while in session. And then I guess we all have in mind China and Skynet, the monitoring system, the surveillance system in China, which is way more elaborated, and they have millions of cameras all over their territory. And they detect immediately the patterns, the people, and even more advanced, they can find out who's that person. And for instance, when you cross the street by red, on the other side of the road, there's a screen with your name, with your picture, and you got a blame, and you get a negative score. So technology is there. Let's see how this is evolving here in Europe or in Luxembourg in particular. It's a lot of regulations that's coming up. New jobs will emerge, and I guess this is a hot topic at this conference. New jobs will emerge from this AI that impacts our society like this. This is a startup I found on the web, and there are youngsters who are creating clothes that make you kind of disappear. You will not get detected by the tool I just showed you at the beginning. So this makes you kind of invisible. Yeah, sounds pretty cool. You can make money. This is a new job, a new product that's going to appear. Well, what about software engineering? Just to take another example, I tried, I'm not sure, here it is. I tried ChatGPT and I asked the system to generate me the Python code of the computer game Snake. It's an exercise everyone who take a class in computer science needs to do. You don't need to worry about the code. But let's say you are in a first year computer science studies at university and your professor asks you to do this code. So you see the code there, you even see there are comments in the code, so it seems to be quite good piece of code. So now let's just try if it works. I paste it in an editor and let's play. Let's have a look if this Python code actually starts. Oh, it was too fast. Let's play again. And you see I control the green cursor, it works. So it's getting harder for professors to detect if you are the mother or the father of the code, if you cheated or not. And I guess this is for quite a lot of jobs that will get impacted to that. There's a new product, I'm not product placing here, but there's a new product appearing. It's called Copilot. It will combine your Office 365 applications, and it will simplify, I guess, a lot, because the tools will work together in a more autonomous way. You can organize a concert and automatically there will be new agenda requests, there will be mails, there will be flyers that will be created in a more or less autonomous way by Copilot. Copilot is tested in Luxembourg by a couple of companies, and what's already available is a Copilot for GitHub. And I was told by my coders that they can code 3 times faster because the system finds out when you start coding something and what you're about to code, and it generates you the reminding part of the code. Actually, according to Gartner, a lot of code in the near future, they mentioned 70%, will be done in this way, in an approach of low code or no code. What about resources, HR? I published this job opening from the Digital Learning Hub, and I found it now on GovJobs. GovJobs is the platform where all the public civil servant jobs are published. And this is an opening we have, so actually you can apply. We are looking for a person on this description, on this job description. And this is my public LinkedIn profile, and I wanted to find out if I match. So I asked Bart to take another chatbot, which is connected to the internet, unlike ChatGPT. So Bart from Google told me, well, you see that actually I just gave the websites. I gave the link, the URL of my LinkedIn profile, I gave the URL of the GovJobs post, and Bart told me that eventually I match that requirement. Wow, cool. So now I would like to apply, and I ask Bart to generate me a letter of application for this job. And again, I just indicate the URLs and even don't care about copy-pasting the text. And now it's up to the HR people here in the house to tell me whether this letter is good or not. For me, as a non-linguist, it's pretty cool. It's much better than I could have written it. And what's also cool with Bart and other chatbots, you can ask it to rhyme. I've not that slide here, but you can ask the system to rhyme it and it will rhyme it. So eventually, HR people will use chatbots to generate jobs descriptions, and applicants will use chatbots to apply. So eventually there are computers talking together, and maybe, well, it's could also come back and say, let's talk together face to face and let's accept mistakes. But yeah, this is seems to join what Nazir said earlier. We cannot escape. Resistance is futile. AI is all over the place. Jobs will change and we have to adapt. ChatGPT cannot do anything, everything. There are limits of AI, and I guess we, our species, has to find out what we are better than machines. For instance, you can also use a chatbot to ask if that text was generated by chatbot. So if HR people get a lot of application, just copy paste it into chat and I ask ChatGPT if it created it, and very often it's a good answer. Here is an example I found from the CSSF, the monitoring entity of the Luxembourgish government for the financial sector, and recently they posted that they have now an AI put in place to supervise or to monitor the market and to detect frauds. So AI can be very helpful in these jobs, which are maybe also new jobs or changers, game changers for people working over there. And this is completely a personal list I came up with. These are for me new jobs. I guess in the near future we will hire people who are just doing prompting in chatbots. Creating good prompts is quite a craft, quite a hard job to do. Like the example to detect frauds, fake forensics experts are much needed, and we have a lot already today in data sciences, a lot of trainings, drone pilots, yeah, why not? And a lot of other specialities will appear in the near future based on AI. I guess jobs will change, and maybe the first affected by AI and the digital transformation are low-skilled jobs. However, we have a lot of people, and unfortunately an increasing number of people who drop out of school, and low-skilled jobs, we have less of them, but more and more people applying for these jobs. And this is a little bit what I'm afraid of. There might be a gap between people who can own who can do studies and people who have no access to follow the digital transformation. And I hope that all together we maybe can achieve on doing something for this kind of jobs that will change. This is my second last slide. I would like just to take the baker. A baker is a fabulous job. On the left-hand side, you see the classical baker who is doing a real craft by hand, a master in bakery. We will keep this kind of job. But maybe certain people will not be able to afford bread that costs a certain amount. And this is a picture I took at a bakery here in Luxembourg where there are more than 100 people working there with 5 bakers. Only 5 bakers because bread, you don't need a baker to do bread. It's machines that do all the stuff and people just are operating the machines. And this is actually a website from Job Futuromat, a German website that they work together with the Employment Agency of Germany, and they monitor 6,000 jobs, and they have a dashboard where for every job you see how much of this job can, as of today, be done by a machine. And baker is a job that can be done 100% by a machine. So go to that website and check what happens with your job in the near future. So altogether, yes, AI and digital transformation impacts our jobs and we have to adapt. Have a positive look at the future. There will be new chances, and let's keep in mind there are people who need our help to keep them on board. Again, thank you for coming here to this marvelous place, and again, I welcome you to this beautiful building. Thank you, Nazir. Thank you very much, Anthony, for the brilliant organization. I wish you a very fruitful day. Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks a lot, Serge. Next up, we'd like to call up on stage award-winning serial entrepreneur. He worked at the innovation faculty of the MIT. He's an investor and he's a beloved mentor to over 70 university startups. Please, a big round of applause for the head of the university incubator, Dr. Pranjul Shah.
Thank you. So I think what remains for me to be done is please ChatGPT find a way to follow Nazir and Serge. So I had a completely different plan, but I just wanted to first of all take this opportunity to thank the organizers and all the speakers today, and Anthony, fantastic job again. So really happy that we are collaborating again year after year to make these events happen and dynamize the way we are actually supporting the future talent and actually bringing them to Luxembourg. I want to just quickly welcome you again to the campus, the University of Luxembourg. So not many people actually know that I was the first employee of the university on this campus. So when I came here, actually, in 2011, I started as the first employee here. The HR and the communication team had to come in from the center. And I'm like, okay, so where is everybody? And they said, oh, don't worry, they'll be here from next month on. So I had like a whole building to myself and 2 other colleagues who all started on the same time. And nothing of what you see out here, other than this red building and the Belval Plaza existed at that time. So practically I've seen the foundations of all the building in the last 10 years and lived through them because it gets sometimes earthquakey here. But this has been a fascinating journey, and actually what's happening here is nothing less than transformational, because what the city has done is actually become very rapidly the main campus of the university. But it's not just a campus where the university thrives. We have building a whole ecosystem here with the digital learning hub. We have a lot of other universities and other ecosystem players within the university campus. And this whole idea of turning an industrial wasteland into one of the largest reconversion projects in Europe is just nothing short of but almost genius. And the fact that we are now bringing about 30 to 40,000 people to the campus every single day is just a testament to the fact that there's a lot more to come, and it's a promising future. We are a University of Luxembourg, but it's a university built in Luxembourg, but for the world. So I don't want to bore you a lot with the facts and figures, but basically this year we celebrate 20 years, and in the last 20 years, what we have done over the years is graduated about 14,000 people, which is now becoming one of the largest alumni networks here. And I think what you may find when you go out and talk to people on the booths, many of them actually are alumni from the university. So, you know, always use this network whenever possible, whenever you're trying to find jobs, whenever you're trying to look for mentors. Yes, AI is coming, AI is there, it's not coming. And there are scary, you know, there's a little bit of a scare, but always these people will guide you because they are going to see things a lot before that you do. So what I've found always helped me in my own personal career, and I think it's something Zennials and millennials don't do enough, is find people who would mentor you, right? You cannot have all the knowledge in the world yourself, but find people like not one, but 2, 3, 5 mentors and ask them, can I talk to you 1 hour, you know, in a quarter? And reach out to them and talk to them about whatever, you know, doubts you have with AI or whatnot. And that's something I cannot urge you enough, that you need to go out and do that and find those people who you can talk to, and they can guide you in terms of how you can reshape your career. So if there's one thing you take out from the event today, it would be definitely like, you know, look out for AI, look at where you can acquire the skills, but also most importantly, find people who can guide you in how to navigate this future that's coming up. Yes, we are among the top 4th, you know, most international university in the world. We are ranked among the top 25. We have opportunities for students to go to more than 550 universities worldwide, and then these framework agreements allow us actually, and has led us to become the top 25 young university. We continue to climb rankings globally, and this is a testament to the fact of what outcome you guys have been producing at the university. So all our faculties actually now, currently we have 6. In the next 1 year we'll become 8 faculties, because the university will actually integrate the Max Planck Institute, as well as launch a new Center for Sustainable Environmental Systems. So this is actually a growing university, and the growth over the last 10 years has just been phenomenal, and that continues. I will skip that part. We are part of more than 1,000 ongoing research projects, and most interestingly, there's a lot of AI research happening at the university as well. So if at all you feel like you want to get more know-how on what's going on in the AI world, you can always come back and interact with your professors and other colleagues or your peers at the university and say, how are you going to tackle AI? What are the next frontiers that the university is going to tackle, and can I be part of it? It's as simple as that. Trying to figure out what's happening in the research sector near you. And some of the already existing projects, which I don't know if you're aware of, but University of Luxembourg and Professor Pascal Bourru, who is now the Dean of the Engineering Faculty, has been part of the project of building one of the most powerful supercomputers in Luxembourg, which is going to play a big role in all the AI revolution and projects that Luxembourg wants to bring on forth. At the same time, also on the financial side, we have this chair of sustainable finance. We are also trying to figure out better ways to come up with new frontiers and new challenges, tackle new challenges in the whole financial sector as well. So I will not take more of your time. I think it's much more important that you hear and listen to all the people that are coming later. Thanks a lot for being part of this amazing event. I think it's a great investment in your future, and make sure you network and leverage all the people you can meet with today. Ask for some mentorship, ask for some support. If you have any doubts, feel free to reach out to us. Look up for other courses and programs at the university if you want to benefit out of this AI related generation. For example, just this 6 months we are doing Let's Talk AI. It's a talk series and a debate series, because people are actually very divided that will the revolution come and destroy everything, or it's going to create new things. So there are 3 more sessions still happening this year. So we're bringing in common public to actually talk to them about what is their perception about AI. And you can benefit out of it. We organize it in the city. So check out Let's Talk AI, and hope to see more of you there. But have a fantastic day here today. If you want to stretch your legs, do go out. And just one sign of warning. If you really want to know literally what it means to be blown out, blown away, just walk out of the steps behind, because it's a live demonstration of Bernoulli's effect. Okay, so look up Bernoulli's effect and then step outside from the back door and you will see a live demonstration of how you are blown away. So have fun, enjoy the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Pranjul. It's always interesting to know more about the University of Luxembourg. Hi all, I'm Anamika. I'm doing my master's in entrepreneurship and innovation from University of Luxembourg. And now we are going to deep dive into Luxembourg financial services industry, its ecosystem of fintech, and how the current employment market looks like. Therefore, we are delighted to call on stage the General Secretary of Luxembourg for Finance, which is a development agency for the financial center, whose objective is to develop Luxembourg's financial service industry sustainably by putting qualitative growth, innovation, and stability at its core. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Lynn Robrex. Did I spell it right, finally?
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Also, a very big thank you and to the incredible team of the LHoFT for organizing today's event and all the events they organize all the time to support the attraction of talent to Luxembourg. Now, let me start with a very basic question. How much money do you think there is in the world? Any wild guesses? A lot. That's a good start. 1,000 trillion. That means we go into the quadrillions. Any other guess? How much money there is in the world? Well, let me answer you. Yes? Ah, that's a very good question. What do you mean by money? And so let me show you this slide. I don't know if everybody sees all the numbers here. Oh, there is a little sign there. But right there at the left corner of the slide, you see 0.8. So this is a slide showing you trillions, and these are estimates at the end of 2002, based also of the appreciation of the dollar. But that 0.8 there in the left corner, that's crypto. That's crypto. The 8 trillion, that's tangible money. These are coins and banknotes that you have in your wallet and that circulate all over the world. The 84 trillions, that's what people and economists call M2 money. This is money that you have on your current account, on your saving account, that you invest in insurance products, and that is on a short-term or medium to long-term available. And then we can also look at household wealth. That's the 454 trillion. That's not only the financial assets, but these are also non-financial assets such as your house or your mortgage or the car or the private debt that you're involved in. And then I'm not even talking about the assets of the corporates. I'm not even talking about the price that you would put on nature, biodiversity, our planet. And maybe also the price that we can put on human capital, the price of your intellectual capacity, the price of your brains. But just that's to show that there is a lot of money in circulation. And basically, it's a global flow. It's a flow that goes from investors to companies, from governments to schools, from, for example, husbands to wives, from wives to husbands to children, to ex-wives to ex-husbands. And so all that money is managed effectively in financial centers. And this is where it gets interesting, because a few decades ago, we could count the number of financial centers on our two hands. But now if you consult, for example, the Global Financial Center Index ranking, and you look at all the financial centers in the world, you will see that there are more than 120 of them. And financial centers is where all kinds of different activities come together. Bankers, insurers, asset managers, fintech companies, they all come together to manage that flow of money in an efficient way. However, there is a very important distinction to be made in financial centers. There are national ones, financial centers that basically support domestic economies, but there are also international ones. And these international financial centers, they make sure that investors can invest in companies at the other end of the world. These financials make sure that if you or me, when we move countries, we can take our insurance products along. And they also make sure that when you develop a new technology or you develop a new application, that technological solution also works in other countries and it does not stop at the border. Now, when we look at this slide, I don't know if you know that movie like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Now, here we shrunk the world map, and we really focus on what the top 3 financial centers are that are specialized in international finance, also based on the export of financial services, sorry. And now you see the top 3. First country, the US. Second country, the UK. And the third country, not surprisingly maybe, or maybe a surprise to some of you, is Luxembourg. And this is where it really gets interesting for all of us, and especially for you, if you wish to work in finance and technology. Because technology cannot stop at the borders. And when you look, for example, right now, at all the financial actors here in Luxembourg, nearly all the international financial firms have a presence in Luxembourg. And do you know that also many of these international firms have their European headquarters here in Luxembourg? And all these firms are also supported thanks to the expertise of more than 65,000 people, and also many other people that indirectly make sure that all these international financial firms can operate out of the country. And that doesn't only make us one of the leaders in the European Union in terms of financial services, but it also has made sure, for example, that we are now ranked #1 in terms of green financial center. That result was published only yesterday. So my message to you is make use of this presence of these international firms here in Luxembourg, because the financial sector needs talented people. And you will see that the speed of change is only getting faster, and Nazir also mentioned it before. But don't make this mistake that everything is only a matter of speed. Because now more than ever, your leadership skills and your social skills will need to make that fundamental bridge between the needs in terms of technology, but also the needs of the financial services sector and its clients. Fintech is not only a matter of developing a sexy application, because it's needless to say that actually the application that you are using on your phone to check the weather or buy a pizza is a very different application than you are using to check your bank account. And actually, when we talk about ordering pizza, do you know that some of the interesting financial milestones all get back to pizza? Because I have again a question. When do you think that the first online purchase was done? Any wild guess? So actually it goes together with the internet, so we can take it back to 1994. There was a guy that ordered a mushroom pizza and a pepperoni pizza at Pizza Hut, and it was, some say it's not really true, but it's widely said that that was the first online purchase in 1994. Ironically enough, 15 years later, 2008, there's another guy that orders pizza, not at Pizza Hut, but at Papa John's, and they buy 2 pizzas for 10,000 bitcoins. And if that pizza seller would have kept his bitcoins, based on the exchange rate of yesterday, he would now have about $326 million for his 2 pizzas. But now you can still wonder, so where should I grow my career? Well, it's a very interesting question to ask. I can't really answer it for you. You will have to answer it yourself. But at Luxembourg for Finance, we say that the wisest investment is in yourself. And investing in yourself will mean something very different for all of you, because some of you will look for a place with nice sushi and others will look for a place with nice pizza. But I can tell you that Luxembourg has both. We have nice sushi and we have nice pizza, but we also have a very good international financial environment and also a very good environment for technology. And choosing the right environment is also very important for your overall well-being. Because if you think that finance is only a matter of statistics and Excel sheets and numbers, then you're very wrong. Because finance is first and foremost something that is related to human behavior. It's a psychology of money. And if I go back to my flow at the beginning, the flow of money, the flow of all these trillions, it's human behavior that will determine whether investors buy or sell. It's human behavior that will determine whether you invest in green technology or not. And it's also human behavior that will determine whether you play it safe or whether you will take very big risks. So actually today you will hear from many people talking here, also from the companies that have grown their businesses here in Luxembourg, how they have been dealing with all these different dimensions of finance. And my true hope is that they will also inspire you, because our financial center here is much more international, much more dynamic, and much more surprising than you might think. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Hello, everyone. My name is Chakman Lam. I'm a student entrepreneur and currently pursuing my business degree at Ishak Brussels Management School. Last year I was the president at ANASAC, the Student Association for Business and Economics Students. This year I took on the role as the vice president. Today, we turn our focus and attention to the realm of fintech. It's a thriving space which creates interest in both technologists and entrepreneurs. Our next speaker is a dedicated executive who has made a significant impact in this ecosystem. He serves as the Deputy CEO at the Luxembourg House of Financial Technology. Everyone, please welcome Mr. Alex Panican.
Thank you, thank you. Wow, Lynn, so inspiring. I mean, you put the bar there. I didn't expect to talk about much, but mainly fintech. Does it work? Yes. So, good morning, everybody. So, show of hands. Who's from Luxembourg? Okay. Who's from Belgium? Oh, who's from, good to see you. Who's from France? A few ones, okay. Germany? Okay. Netherlands? Yeah, 2. Did I miss any country? Romania? Yeah. Bună dimineața. Good. So my name is Alex. I'm Deputy CEO of the LHoFT. So the LHoFT is a foundation, public-private partnership between the government of Luxembourg and a few private institutions, mainly banks, insurance, asset managers, tech firms, law firms, service providers. And we have one main mission. And the mission is to drive innovation in the financial industry. So we do it in many ways. One of those ways is to bring you guys here today and to help you interact with fintechs. Please stop being on your mobiles. For my side. If you want to be on your mobile, just one reason is to scan this code. Otherwise, you're going to have to listen. I'm just going to show you one slide, and that's it. And then I leave you. This is the fintech map of Luxembourg. There's a few logos missing. I know, I have it every time. Alex, you forgot about my logo. But this is mainly the idea. And the idea is we have 4 big segments. The traditional one is the payment one. So all the big payment firms you might think of, they are usually based in Luxembourg. For multiple reasons, I will not go into it. The 3 other segments are very interesting because it shows you exactly related to what Lynn showed you on the financial side. So first of all, you have the fintech investment. So what's a fintech company? Yeah, you have to wake up. What's a fintech company? Yes, you.
That's why
You want to learn what's a fintech company. I understand. Who can explain what's a fintech company? What's your name? Jan. Jan, it's going to be easier. Fintech, guys, wake up. That's a fintech, but a fintech. So usually those are companies active in the fund industry. So Lynn mentioned to you, we are the second fund industry in the world after the US. And the idea is to have technological providers helping the fund industry being more efficient, if you want. So also on the investment side, who's investing here? Wow, not a few ones. Okay, okay, or maybe 20%. Who has crypto? Good, good. I hope all of you are going to have crypto at the end of the day. No, I'm kidding. Lynn, don't quote me on that. Okay. Another segment that's very interesting and where we try to focus is the RegTech sector. What's a RegTech? Coming back to you. RegTech. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Why? Why is it important? I'm not talking about blockchain. I'm talking about RegTech. Why regulatory technology is important? Yes, yes, but regulation is a huge financial burden on financial institutions. A guess, how much in percentage from the cost, the IT cost of a bank goes to regulation? So on 100%, how much goes just to regulation? Yes? A third, meaning 33%. Who says more? Who says more? Okay, how much? We have a winner. It's 60%. So imagine you're a bank, 60% of your IT cost just to make sure that you don't go to jail and close your bank tomorrow. It's huge. So the idea is to have companies that help those financial institutions stay compliant and lower cost, be more efficient. So RegTech, it's a huge segment in Luxembourg. I think we have 32% of RegTechs in Europe. We have one of the, we're the RegTech center of Europe. The last one is blockchain, and I'm coming back what you said. Exactly. Blockchain makes a lot of sense in the financial industry. So everything, not just crypto, but tokenization, DLT in the fund. We have very good companies in Luxembourg, and we are the second, I think second or third country in Europe regarding blockchain companies after Switzerland. So that's it for the fintech map. There is 1/5 segments we are building right now. So if you are coming back in 2 years' time, you're going to be seeing a huge segment, which is what? AI? Maybe. I'm not sure we're going to get there, but no. It's sustainable finance. Lynn mentioned it. We are trying to be the leader in Europe, and I think we are going to get there very soon in sustainable finance, because you cannot build a sustainable planet without the financial side. So that's all for me. I wanted to be gloomy. I had so many bad news to tell you, but after the inspiring speech of Lynn, I cannot tell you that. Just know something. I have the best job in the world. I'm traveling all over the world, and what I'm seeing is amazing entrepreneurs from Asia to Africa. They are extremely hungry, and they are competing against us. Even if we don't believe that, even if you don't feel that, we are not competing against the world competes against us. So today, we're going to give you the tools to be more competitive in your work, but also in your future. So please download the application. The idea is to interact as much as possible with the recruiters and the firms that are here. Please give them fair notes. Okay, it's important because after that, you're going to have a feedback on your notes, how you have to improve in your pitch when you try to get a job. Okay? Guys, I leave the floor to the next speaker. He's going to be introduced. Okay? It's going to be a bit more inspiring than me, but the idea today is really interact as much as possible with the people that are here. Okay? Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
So, thank you, dear Alex. And the speech was a bit inspirational as well as energetic. Like you very much. Hi, guys. Good morning. Energetic. Good morning. Good morning. So, my name is Prashant, and I'm pursuing a master's in wealth management, going to be a future alumni by 2024. And I'm also the president of Indian Student Association in Luxembourg, and I'm also the council member representing Democratic Party in Luxembourg, and I'm a council member in the Zaandam community. So I welcome you all for the Fintech 2023, and I hope you guys enjoy it over here. So now I would like to welcome the person who is the powerhouse in the employment space in Luxembourg. He's a leader with 90 members in his team. And please welcome Mr. Laurent Porsche over here on the stage, and huge applause for him, please.
Thanks a lot. Normally I hate to speak after Alex, but after Lynn and Alex, well, we could do some Netflix series together, maybe. So now, yeah, I will give you some figures about labor market in Luxembourg and what it is, why it is special and quite interesting for everyone. So I will go fastly through the slides because they are not that much interesting, but we start here. So what you see here is about the evolution since 2005 in the creation of employment in Luxembourg, which is quite a lot, and it happened fast. It's really increasing every year. But what is important to know is that between 2005 and 2022, we had not only at least one financial crisis, we had COVID, we have now wars, we had other crises, but still you see how the creation of jobs in Luxembourg increased, and you see on the downside, it's a bit not so easy to see, but how it is for the average European Union country. So there's no country who comes anywhere near to us. So that means that Luxembourg, at least the labor market, is really impressively fast changing after crisis, before crisis, or constantly, in fact. What we see today is, as we are more focusing on job offers from finance and IT, well, we have around 2,000 openings for the moment, which is a number that is moving up and down every day. So about new creations and new positions and with new skills, like you see sustainable green finance. And we also have to deal with digitalization and automation, which will not erase positions, but create new ones, create new skills that people must have. And what we really say is there's always a place for everyone. But the major thing is to always stay in touch with the news that are coming, like ChatGPT or whatever it is, and always stay on the focus of upskilling and reskilling. Because we know it, everybody knows it for the last 100 years. You always have to upskill yourself, but it's now getting more and more popular in the media. So, but still, it was always the same thing for the last 100 years. Education and skills. Well, in Luxembourg, if you take finance, it's mandatory English, French also. You have mostly bachelor or master degrees, which are what are asked. But still, if there is a significant experience or skills that companies are looking for, they often also say, okay, you maybe not have master, you have bachelor, and you have the skills that we are looking for, so we hire you. And that's really what we are here to say. Luxembourg is attracting people from all over the world, so also you. And we always need new students who are finishing their studies. We need new people from junior to senior profiles that we are looking in Luxembourg. The skills are most in demand. Well, that's nothing new, and I think everybody here in the room has these skills, but he has to think about how to use them maybe. And these are teamwork, adaptability, but also problem solving. I think problem solving is one of the skills most in demand in our labor market, because employers don't want to hire one person who asks the question, what should I do? And the second one to solve the problem. So that's simple. We will not pay two people if one is enough to solve the problem. The same in IT. Still, again, English is in Luxembourg really in the IT and financial sector mandatory. You can pass from one company to another. This sector is very good in any English language, but you can also go to different other sectors, because in Luxembourg, in any way, there's no company, maybe in crafts or in commerce, where you have the need of German, Luxembourgish. But for the rest, French and English is really the most in demand, languages. There again, you see, they're almost the same skills. Maybe there the skills are more focused on IT, on data, cybersecurity, architecture, cloud, and all this stuff. But it's too much to put everything on one slide. Yeah. Well, these are, we always can see on our figures what are the most in demand jobs. So the openings that have to be declared at the Public Employment Service. We know that we don't receive them all. Unfortunately, this should give us a better view about what is needed in the future, because all these figures that you saw until here are one piece in our talent attraction strategy in Luxembourg. So therefore, it's really important to get the most information possible from all over, also from the university, about new skills that are in the courses and everything. I think these are nothing new to you. And then maybe the most important thing for today, for me, work in Luxembourg. I think all of you are here because it's interesting maybe to work in Luxembourg, or you're interested to get a job in Luxembourg. I don't know where the slide comes from, but we have a web page which is called Work in Luxembourg. There we publish almost all our positions that are open to reach out to the world. Why? Because we know that, well, there's not everybody traveling right now to Luxembourg to have an appointment or an interview. Everything goes online. So we are focusing on this webpage as the main landing platform in Luxembourg, where people who are interested in working in Luxembourg get all the information together. So this webpage will also be connected to Luxembourg for Finance, to the LHoFT, to the whole ecosystems that exist in Luxembourg, so that everybody really gets the information that he's looking for. Oh, there was one before? Okay, there's no more there. What's interesting in Luxembourg? Open, dynamic, reliable. So these are the main words that we always use to describe Luxembourg, because it's true. It's secure in any way, in politics, in behavior around. And the most important for us is really this webpage right now. So now you can take out your phones and take a picture. It's special, nobody does it. No, you can immediately reach out to this platform, you can register yourself immediately, and you can, by one click, get in touch with an employer, even with employers that are out in the room. So you can even send your CV immediately now before getting out and say, okay, I already posted my CV. And this is not working. Ah, there is it. Okay, and then, in fact, a question that I'm always asking when I go to some fairs or everything is, what do you think? Is Luxembourg still worth it? Ah, finally, someone is awake. Yes, it's still worth it. We are still a small country, but we offer huge opportunities for everyone and for any kind of skills. And we are looking for you, maybe for this year, next year, who knows. But don't forget to go to the webpage and register yourself. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lauren. And with that, we conclude the first chapter of this conference, allowing us to move to the second chapter. Have you ever wondered where the world of fintech is moving towards, or simply what was the first innovations that initiated in this space? We will dive into the world of blockchain, cryptocurrency technologies, and the future of finance. Together, we will look into some of the most impactful trends in financial services, some of those that have already disrupted the fintech services or are shaping the future of finance. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Arsham Mostani. I'm a AI researcher at University of Luxembourg, also a VC scholar and award winner from Luxembourg House of Fintech. Like my previous friends, I'm also hosting a part of this show. So allow me to introduce you to Ajinka. Please join us. Ajinka is the general counsel of Bitflyer, the world's largest Bitcoin exchange by volume. Their virtual currency exchange and marketplace provide customers with convenient and exciting ways to buy, sell, and spend Bitcoins. Their mission is to make the world simpler through blockchain. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you. Starting with an exam. Great. How do I control the slides? Oh, great. Perfect. Thank you. How you all doing? Fantastic. You know, I love the soundproofing in the room when I walked in. I was like, there's no echo. This is brilliant. Well, great to see you all here. We're going to talk about the sexiest part of fintech, right? Crypto assets, virtual currencies. Mika, Dora, I won't bore you with the regulations and legislations, but I will tell you what cryptocurrencies are, what blockchain tech is, and let's get straight into it. By the way, ask questions, as many as you want. Stop me anytime, no problem. This should be a dialogue, right? I don't want to just stand here and keep talking for 5 straight minutes. So let's get straight into it. What is Bitcoin? I think you've all heard of this by now. So firstly, Bitcoin is not the same as blockchain, right? I mean, you all know that by now. So blockchain is the underlying technology. Bitcoin is the token issued on the blockchain. And that's the first one. The first token that was issued on the blockchain is the Bitcoin. Now, the white paper was issued in 2008. There's a significance to that date. Who can tell me? 2008. Bullseye. Great financial crisis. Banks needed bailouts. Mortgage, subprime mortgage crisis that started in the States, spread across the world. Many people lost their jobs, myself included, not gonna lie. As a result of what happened, the Bitcoin, the blockchain system was developed. Why? Because the people who made it, and it's still not known exactly really who made it, the people who made it did not want a centralized administrator running the financial system. They wanted to decentralize it. They wanted the centralized banks to be out of the equation. If I've got 10,000 euros and I want to give you 10,000 euros, why do I need somebody else in between? That's the fundamental question. That is what's written in the white paper. Now, usually theses are pretty long. This one's only about 9 pages. Read it. It's very interesting. It really makes you think and makes you think about challenging the status quo. Why we do things a particular way. Why can't we change it? That's, for me, that's the fundamental of the blockchain and the Bitcoin. Now, moving on. So what is the blockchain itself? The technology itself is a distributed ledger system. What that means is that it's got multiple computers connected to a network that collectively decide whether a transaction should go ahead or not. And there are different ways of setting it up, of calibrating it. The Bitcoin version of this is set up for a proof of work, which is the majority of the computers need to agree on a certain outcome for that outcome to be added as a transaction. And if they don't, it's rejected. That's the fundamental of the Bitcoin blockchain. That's the fundamental of most blockchains. Now they've kind of evolved. They've gone from proof of work to proof of stake and so on and so forth, proof of history. But we'll kind of let that be for another day. So how does the Bitcoin blockchain work? So let's say person A wants to send tokens to person B. He puts that transaction in these group of computers. And if they agree that, okay, person A actually has that much money to give, fine. And then this address matches person B. All right, it all looks legit. Tick mark, and it goes through. Now, you're wondering, isn't that a central party? Well, in a way, yes, but it's not one party. It's multiple. And as of right now, the number of computers or computing power that's used for the Bitcoin blockchain, it's more than any of the big tech put together. So to be able to convert a yes into a no, you would need massive amounts of computing power, more than probably even exists on the planet at the time. That makes it very safe, very secure. Oh, thank you. And moving on. In the world of crypto, Bitcoin is still the largest cryptocurrency by market cap. It's more than the rest 20 combined. And there are two types of exchanges, a centralized exchange, which is like us, or a decentralized exchange. A centralized exchange is where you can come in, open an account, do your KYC. We're usually regulated, and Bitflyer is super regulated. We are regulated in Japan, in Luxembourg, and the States. We've got our licenses from CSSF here, the New York Department for Financial Services in the States, and the Japanese Financial Services Authority in Tokyo. That's what makes us different. That's why Bitflyer is not like the guys who made the news headlines that people's money has gone missing. Now, that's what I just told you. Come and meet us. We're right outside. We're looking for interns, a couple of interns, one in finance and accounting. Don't expect this to be an easy internship, by the way. We are tough. And that's because I'm a lawyer and a former regulator myself, and my colleague is ex-Goldman Sachs, and we don't take things easy. We are very real, and this is the future. See you soon.
All right. Our upcoming speaker brings a wealth of knowledge to our discussion today. So with nearly a decade of experience in the field of blockchain and cybersecurity, she's the managing director at the Blockhouse Technology Limited. And in addition to that, she's also an adjunct professor at HEC Liège, Luxembourg. Let us welcome Ms. Petra Krizan, please.
Here we go. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Is it still morning? I hope it is. It is. So thank you for the kind introductions. My name is Petra, and as they've told, I'm running a branch of deep tech startup here in Luxembourg, which was founded in 2018 by scholars from Oxford University. And you could wonder what we actually do. We are trying to apply groundbreaking innovation in areas of cryptography and security to our technologies, which are empowering businesses and individuals with secure, user-friendly, and easily accessible products to manage digital assets and information. And today, we're gonna delve together into this interesting topic of understanding the impact of digital currencies on conventional financial systems, or explain a little bit further what are the CBDCs and how they differ from traditional finance. Okay, so what is a traditional finance? I suppose everyone already knows. So traditional finance has long been, and it still is, a backbone of entire global economical systems. It's relying on central banks to regulate financial policies and also to issue currencies, among other critical functions. With time-tested instruments like bonds, share, loans, or physical money, it offers a tangible sense of security and stability in some economies, of course. The role and the functions of central banks, as I mentioned before, is to bring monetary policies and also to issue the currency. And the cornerstone of this is the fiat money, which is declared by central banks as a legal tender. And it doesn't have any backing by any physical commodity. Its value is purely derived from the balance of demand and supply, from fiscal policies, governmental backing, reserves, exchange rates, and monetary policies. So what are the CBDCs and how CBDCs differ from traditional finance? So CBDCs are basically a digital equivalent to banknotes and coins. What is the difference? They have the backing with the traditional reserve banking as the let's say fiat money has, but they still offer us something very different, which is the digital ease of transacting, which we have with cryptocurrencies. It doesn't come without any problems, of course, and it doesn't come without any benefits. So the potential benefits are efficiency, transparency, and the potential for financial inclusion, and also potential for disrupting and changing the financial world we know today. So in terms of adoption, currently we have over 100 central banks around the world which are studying the case of CBDCs. We have 11 countries in the world which already launched their respective CBDC projects or products, namely Nigeria, the most popular case. After that, we have Bahamas and some other Caribbean countries. For European territory, for European Union, currently we have digital euro in not the pilot, but the investigation phase. So it will start in November this year. So other differences. We currently have our money with traditional financial institutions as banks. What is drastically changing with the concept of CBDCs, that with CBDCs you will be able to hold your currencies and your funds with the central bank. So what is the result of that? We are removing intermediaries from the process for some certain transactions, and we're making some transactions easier, especially cross-border remittances. So from all of this, let's say, digitalization in the process, we gain on the speed, and we have a better potential for resolving some problematic issues we already have in current financial systems, especially with the cross-border transfers. As I said, it doesn't come without any risks. So all of these benefits also have drawbacks. What is happening with our privacy? What is happening with our security? If we have a centralized system, like compared, for example, to cryptocurrencies, which are relying on distributed ledger technology or blockchains, which are distributed. Thank you. Here we have another problem, that all of the systems are centralized and run by central banks. So we have a problem of single point of failure. So we have to really, really be cautious how they're going to be implemented in the terms of security and especially protecting consumer privacy. And to conclude, what will be the future impacts? As I said, there's a great potential for bigger financial inclusivity, especially for the economies who have problems running stable currencies. As I mentioned, there are big challenges we need to address. Some of them are in terms of lack still of legal framework regarding CBDCs, lack of proper technological infrastructure, and also lack or a problem regarding the adoption of technology and what are going to be the societal impacts of that, because not all of the population, the world population, knows how to use digital wallets and how to use them. Whether it's going to change the landscape or the shape of the financial industry we have today, whether it's going to force traditional banks to, let's say, modernize their traditional operations and how they attract and retain their customers. Let's see, will it be a coexistence? Will it be a stark competition? Or it will be a total replacement? Only time will tell.
So thank you, Ms. Petra. It was a very good knowledge, gaining like some good topics about blockchain and cryptos, which a lot of youngsters are taking up. That's nice to hear. And we are into the next session. We have the next speaker, who's Ivi Sajan from Tokening, who is going to provide a detailed compliance infrastructure of companies and financial institutions to completely issue, transfer, and manage securities using blockchain technology, enabling them to improve asset liquidity. Tokening is a leader in its field and was named Blockchain 50 by CB Insights. They are backed up by Euronext Group, Inavium, Avex Group, etc., and K20 Fund. Ivi Sajan is an alumni of the University of Luxembourg who graduated with a master's degree in entrepreneurship and innovation. So please put your hands together and let's call her over here on the stage, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So welcome everybody. My name is Evie. I'm the marketing manager at Tokeny, and this will be tokenization in 5 quick minutes. Okay? So yeah. So first I want you to imagine something. Imagine you own this wonderful piece of art. Yeah, I know, right? It's a catch. I mean, I wouldn't personally really hang this on my wall. Instead, maybe what would be more interesting is to try to gain a little bit of money with this. So you know, you bring it home, you show it to some of your friends, and you're like, hey, do you want to buy my piece of art? Do you want to invest in it? It's a great investment. And like before you know it, already 5 of your friends has told you, I want to invest. Okay, so now you're left with a problem because 5 of your friends want to buy this piece of art, and you cannot sell it 5 times. You cannot break it into pieces. So what are you going to do? The solution is to tokenize it. So first thing you're going to do is to issue a token. This means you're going to create a digital representation of the ownership rights of your artwork. And since now you have 5 friends, you're going to do 20% for each and every token. Right. Then it's time to permission the tokens, because maybe you just want to sell it, let's say, within Luxembourg, or there are certain rules you need to comply with in order to make this sale happen. You're going to embed these rules into your token using a smart contract. So this way you cannot just sell them randomly. You have to comply with certain rules. Then you're going to put your tokens on a blockchain, because, I mean, that makes it way more easier and better to manage the tokens, so it's for efficient management. And then it's time to transfer the tokens. This is when you're really going to give the tokens to your friends. They're going to give you some money and the deal is done. Right. So this is a very, very simplified way of doing RWA tokenization, or it's also known as real-world asset tokenization. But you can also do this with real estate, as you think you will see this in the next presentation. And why does this matter? I mean, this is a very simplified case, but you can use the same technology in finance. And this is maybe a bit more interesting in the big scale. So if you, for example, look at private markets right now, they are very fragmented and pretty inefficient. And we think if you would apply the same technology of tokenization, you could make this way more efficient. Because right now, if you have, does this thing have a pointer? No. Okay. If you have your security in financial institution A and you want to move it to financial institution B, takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, because people have to check, is the transaction good? Are all the rules in compliance? And that's why it takes, I think, 3 to 4 days to settle. And if you would use the blockchain technology and tokenize your securities, the settlement would be way easier. The management would be more efficient. And I think, yeah, for example, paper-based system, this is something we don't really need anymore, right? So this is actually exactly what we do at Tokeny, and to explain a little bit more into detail why this is interesting for financial institutions, it's because you can issue, manage, and transfer your securities in a compliant way at any time. Because with the artwork, there might not be that many rules that come into play. It might be a pretty simple transaction. But when it comes to big securities that you want to move from A to B, there's a lot of regulation that needs to be complied with. And if you would automate all of that, you can reduce the cost, you can reduce the time it takes to go from A to B. And I would say, I didn't write it down, but I would say it would even reduce the risk because there's less human effort involved, right? On top of that, as financial institution, you're always in charge and in control of your securities, and the transferability, so moving from A to B, just goes way more fluent. And this is exactly what we do at Tokeny. We offer the tech to our clients and enable them to issue, manage, and distribute their tokens, always in a compliant manner and at any time. So if you have any questions about tokenization or about Tokeny in general, you can let me know. And if you want to know step by step what it looks like to tokenize, because as I said, this was very simple, Scan the QR code because we made a very comprehensive guide that gives you all the steps of the way. Thank you.
The next firm is revolutionizing the real estate market using blockchain technology. Democratizing is access for all. Experience the power of participative ownership with our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen. He's the co-founder and CEO of Block Home and alumni of University of Luxembourg, Maron Altekli.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us here first. I don't have so many slides. I don't like to use it. So I'm gonna make it super simple. So I have a question that I like to start my presentation with every time. Who owns real estate? Okay. Who thinks that he can or she can own real estate in the future in Luxembourg, for example? Wow, there's less. Okay, so would you allow me to restore hope that we still can own real estate? Can I? Let's start. So, traditionally in real estate, we have two options: 100% ownership or zero. And in the case of 100%, what's happening is that we go, if we have the money, we pay them, we put them in this real estate, and it becomes illiquid. And if we don't, we go to the bank and we get a loan. And then for the rest of our life, we have this burden, like more than 40% for the moment, or 50% of our household will go to this payment. And in the second case, which is my case, I rent a place. And at the end of each month, I always have the feeling that I'm throwing my money from the window. And today, we have tokenization that we can use as an enabling technology to change that. So thanks for explaining tokenization, so I can skip this part because I don't like to talk about the technology itself, because I believe that if we want to make changes, we need to stop talking about how it works and leave it for the experts like Tokeny, which are our partners, and we use their services to be able to do it, and we are going to focus on the benefits. So today, you can become an owner in Luxembourg starting with just 1,000 euros. So you can go to our platform. Within 10 minutes, you are going to be able to buy real estate. So what does it mean to become an owner with Block Home? It means that you become a shareholder of the company that holds the building. So we fractionized the first building in Cessange in Luxembourg. Today, there's more than 330 people that are owners in this building, and we are looking forward to acquire the second one soon. By owning this share, what we do is we take it and we represent it as a security token on the blockchain. So you can own this, and then you will be able in the future to just sell it whenever you want. And why it is important? It is important because today we are talking just about access to real estate. Tomorrow the subject is going to be access to housing. Everyone wants to own real estate. It's super nice, but everyone also needs a shelter. Everyone needs to access to a house. We need to live somewhere. There's a big difference between access to housing and access to real estate. If today we don't unite and try to build more, we are going to have a big problem, even in Luxembourg, starting from Luxembourg, I would say, that people that are going to come will not be able to access real estate or housing. But today, we are going to change this. Everyone can go to this platform, buy real estate. This is the future of real estate. Fractional ownership is the future of real estate. Today, save this date because it is the Fintech Recruits, but also that someone is talking about that in the future, fractional ownership is going to be the mainstream in real estate. So to just finish, what I'm gonna say is that you can join us. It's either for an internship or even to become owners in Luxembourg of real estate. So Thank you very much for listening, and see you outside.
Check. Okay. Thanks so much, Marun. And we have financial inclusion startup Service Chain hopes to democratize access to blockchain and cryptocurrencies in Africa. So the launch of its first smart wallet. Our next speaker is the founder and CEO of Service Chain and adjunct professor at HEC Liège, Luxembourg. Please welcome Niamke Kaume on the stage, please. Thank you.
Hello? Yes, hear me all. Here's the slides. It's fine, can manage. I can work. I still have my BMW PA. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be here today. And I'm Niamke, the founder of Service Chain. He's one of my co-founders here, just arrived. Welcome, Julien. And today I'm going to speak about what we do at Service Chain in a few minutes. Service Chain is a company created in Luxembourg. Our aim is to provide educational content to people and businesses so they will be able to better understand innovations like blockchain and their benefits. By doing that, we are trying to respond to a problem that we've noticed. We've seen that it's a catastrophe to see how people rush toward a new technology without understanding it. So we're like, wow, we can definitely impact the digital payment landscape with blockchain. We can improve people's life. We can give them access to the new internet, and we still have roughly 95% of the world population who don't know that yet. How is it possible? How can you get them in? So we have to educate them. And this is what we started to do from Luxembourg. The thing is, by doing that, by providing this educational content, we came with an idea of pushing people to apply in the concrete world what we teach them. It's not just providing educational content, writing words, and giving words to people. We have to onboard them. And for that, we created Chorus. So Chorus is just a simple app that is promising to give an access to the Web3 and new digital economy in less than 5 minutes to anyone in the world. So by providing the educational content, we give you also the tools to do what we teach you. What is so special with Chorus? Simple. You just go to the store, tap Chorus, you download it, create an account. In less than 5 minutes, you have a blockchain account. You have an address on different public blockchain on which you will be able to store your digital identity, to store your assets. You'll be able also to own your digital assets online and whatever. And from that, you can interact with this new internet, use the blockchain, the public blockchain technologies and the networks to improve your payments. And you can even reach people who are doing business worldwide. When we created one of our first startups, which name is Servico, yeah, you will say that I'm not that creative. This one is Service and the other one is Servico. So when we created Servico, we've noticed some problems that when we were working with some people internationally, like in places like in Africa, for example, some of them didn't have bank accounts, so they could not receive our payments properly. And one of our co-founders came and said, wow, the blockchain technology can help us on that. So maybe these people can receive money there. And I was like, okay, they can receive money. If we send them Bitcoin or whatever, how do they spend it there? And it was like, you have some businesses that have started to adopt the digital assets for payments and the much more. So why don't we go further and try to have some local partnerships? So there's people there will be able also to cash out the cryptos. And I was like, wow, this is huge. Because I'm originally from Ivory Coast, most of the people here are not using only cash. They use mobile money banking. So by connecting the Chorus app, which gives access to a blockchain account in less than 5 minutes, we can connect the people who are connected to the mobile money banking to the Web3 economy thanks to Chorus. So to access this new internet, you need Chorus, which is the simplest wallet worldwide today. And our vision with Service Chain, we want, like, for us, we have a duty. It's up to us to educate people and onboard them on this new kind of economy that can make faster transactions, cheaper, and also create new opportunities on the new internet, like owning your NFTs or even selling some digital content as easy as possible. So we want it to be secure and inclusive for people, because today we have roughly 1.7 billion people worldwide who are struggling to have access to financial services. Do you think this is normal? I don't think it's normal. So this is why Service Chain is working hard today to show people what are the benefits of the blockchain technology, which can change their life, and not only listening to, let's say, some players who are telling them that it can be dangerous and not secure enough for them. Because this is one of the reasons why you have countries like Nigeria and other countries getting up on this new economy, despite the fact that it's forbidden, because they need it. And we have to educate people about the benefits of this technology. And people need to get a Chorus app in the mobile phone, so they will have access as easy as possible and fast as possible to this new kind of economy, bringing to them opportunities. So together we are reshaping the payment landscape. I want my cousin Buba in Ivory Coast, who is doing so much business with a little bank account that doesn't work sometimes, to be able to sell worldwide. Because if you use Chorus, I will be able to send him money easily. He will be able to cash out there thanks to the local mobile money agents. And we can do that worldwide in so many countries. We can develop people with this technology. We can change their life. They can make savings. They can have access to loans thanks to DeFi, which is decentralized finance. It's just how normal traditional finance, which is built on the blockchain. And many people don't know that they can have access to all the services today. But thanks to Chorus and what we are building with Service Chain, we'll tell them the benefits they can have, and we'll give them the tool which is necessary for them to interact with this technology. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Our next speaker is a co-founder and the head of finance at Moneyflow. This platform is committed to transparency, which allows the individuals to align their values while also striving for a financially and environmentally more sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Ala Presenti.
Hello, everyone. I know I'm the only one, and I'm probably between your lunch break, but I promise to make the next 5 minutes really interesting for you. Anthony, would you help me with the presentation? I mean, I can talk without the presentation as well, but it would be nicer to, not this one, this one. So I am here today to talk about Moneyflow, about our company, but before that, I want to have a brief introduction about one topic very close to my heart, which is not man, but sustainable finance. This picture I found is very representative about the situation where we, all of us, found today. We are stuck in an unhappy relationship with the traditional finance, but we have to be there for various reasons we cannot escape. But all of us, we are trying to look or admire the sexy, appealing, sustainable finance. And what I link directly with the sustainable finance is sustainable investing. That's why I want to talk to you about the rise of sustainable investing, why it is important. Because finance obviously is directly linked with the money, and money have the power to channel in good or bad ways your proceeds. So basically, your money have the power to make an impact, a good or a bad impact. So that's why it's very important that we understand the power money have, and we have the tools, we have the information to channel those money towards a good, practices and to make a positive difference in the world. It's very interesting because the sustainable finance is not new. It's there for more than 20 years. And in the past, this was something more associated with professionals, with institutional investors. But nowadays, we see this shift in the retail investors or even consumers. They do care the impact their money have. They want to know where their money goes. They want to understand what is the impact their financial choices make, even if you buy your clothes or you buy a coffee or you buy your cryptocurrencies or you make an investment. And now the question is, why do you need to care? Why the next generation of leaders need to care? You might be wondering, okay, maybe you're not in finance, why do I need to care about finance? Well, you should do care because we all see at the global level an economic shift. All the companies, most of the companies shift towards sustainable practices, they adapt, and the future is surely centered around environmental, social, and governance known as ESG practices. So in order for you to secure a job in the economy of tomorrow, you need to understand sustainable finance and, of course, sustainable investing. It's also important for you to understand that you can create, as I said earlier, with your choices. And I'm not talking only about investments, but any money you spend, you can create an impact. So it's very, very important to understand that the money works not only for you, but also for a better world. And it's also, last but not least, for us, it's very important that your financial choices are aligned with your values. And how can you align your financial choices with your values? Only when you have the information. And this is actually what we are trying to do at Moneyflow. Before, that's the last one. So, because my colleagues are talking about sustainable finance and blockchain, this is a very, very short introduction to tell you that we are the first company in Luxembourg regulated by the CSSF to have digital custody on blockchain. And I just wanted to present you quickly a real case. So this is a real case scenario of a company which is regulated and uses blockchain, and how blockchain can help sustainable investing. By using the blockchain technology, we did something very simple. We re-engineered the traditional way of investing, and we made it accessible to any retail investor. And by using this amazing technology, we could combine financial growth with cost efficiency, with increased security, and we created a solution for any retail investor who cares about their money, which is faster, is cheaper, is more secure, more transparent, and obviously accessible to anyone. We try to remove the barriers which were before put only for professional investors, and now we open the world of investment funds to anyone there who cares about their money. So I'm here to introduce you Moneyflow. This is our app. Moneyflow is an investment platform which allows anyone to make sustainable investments in line with their values for a better future for the planet and for our humanity. How that works? In a very simple way, by the raise of the hand, how many of you are investing? Traditional finance, I'm not judging, it's fine. Okay. You all know that any investment app or tool, or even your advisor's broker bank, they would show you some financial information. So every time you want to make an investment, you have the financial information, historical performance, and so on and so forth. What makes us different is that we want to give you the data so you understand where your money goes and you can align your investments with your values. So for now, we offer two solutions. One is to make an impact investing by choosing any of the 16 UN SDGs that we have, so you can choose what matters, what is close to your heart, and you see how much of your portfolio is aligned with one of those sustainable investment goals. And then we have another methodology with exclusion. So basically, if you want to avoid any particular theme, so for example, you don't want to invest in anything that has to do with alcohol production or gambling or cannabis, you just filter out and you make sure that your investments, your money don't go in any of those industries. So as I said, I will trying to make it very simple for you. We believe that sustainability means different things to different people, and people should have the choice and they should have the information, and more important, they need to understand the impact their money have. And the only way to understand that is to have more platforms, more tools, more solutions, not only us. I wish I would see more people offering this type of information, no matter what is the service behind, so anyone can really understand where their money goes. How our platform works, it's very simple. It is a mobile app, very intuitive. You can create an account, you go, you filter, you select whatever makes sense for you, what you like. We don't tell you anything, we just give you the data, we give you the freedom, and we believe that anyone should make investments based on their principles and values. You can also evaluate, so you always can see the progress, financial and non-financial performance and growth of the portfolio. And obviously also have a learning platform, because our platform is designed to be accessible and suitable for anyone, no matter how much experience they had in investing before. So it's anyone from the beginner for very experienced. We try to offer information about investing and about sustainable investing as well. So that was it. This was me, this was Money Flow, and if you want to make your money matter, I invite you to follow us on Instagram. Our marketing team is doing an amazing job to post a lot of content, educational content about sustainable investing. And check us on moneyflow.com, and I'll be there outside if you want to have a discussion. I'm happy to talk about it anytime and connect with anyone. Wish you a great day. Thank you very much.
To see whether you've paid attention. All I need you to do is take out your iPhone or QR code, scan the QR code. I also want to mention that this is sponsored by and 9, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2. At him, he's 3, 2, 1. There you go. Let's go over to the first question. It's a very easy one. To ease you guys in. What is the underlying technology behind Bitcoin? That's your first point. Question 2, what is the process of which new Bitcoins are created and transactions are added to the blockchain? Your score will also be determined by the speed of which you decide to take. I'm closing in 3, 2, 1. Question. And we have a Samuel Tavernier, Vlad, Raul, Pamod. Congratulations for scoring the first 2 quizzes. Now let's go over to the next question. What is the total supply limit of Bitcoin? You got 10 seconds. Speed matters. Matters. 5, 4. Don't forget to send in. Click on send, otherwise it won't count. 3, 2, 1. Oh, Spadan is laughing. It's too easy for you. What is this? Go. No limit. Okay. Question 4. What does the acronym CBDC stand for? You got 8 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice. 46%. Correct. Question 6. Which country became the first to authorize launch of nationwide CBDC in 20? You got 8 seconds. Let's go, guys. Matters. Don't forget to push send. Getting closer to the end. 10 is the right answer. Congratulations. What is one of the primary motivations for central banks to develop? Got 8 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Right one. Patients. What is the primary advantage of integrating available investment funds? This would be point. A 3 point right there. Ashram, you gave up. Which of the following best describes the intersection of investment and blockchain in the context of our discussion? Seconds. Which term best represents investments that align with ethical values, eco growth, and have long investment, banking system. No. Two more. Why is tokenization? Or because they will have seconds. Does RWA stand for? 8 seconds. That's the first consent. 3, 2, 1. If digital asset tokenization would be globally applied, this would not lead to more financial inclusion. 3, 2, 1. And the winner will be announced to you at 3 p.m. this afternoon. So stay tuned, and you have to come back afterwards. Arshan, please take it.
Hello again, everyone. Now that we have explored a bit cryptocurrencies and other technologies related to fintech, this is the time for us to dive into the realm of AI. Finally, my favorite part. In the next 40 minutes, we are going to learn how AI is bringing innovation, effectiveness, and agility into financial services. The new wave of AI services that are provided, similar to generative models, ChatGPT, and so on, are raising the expectations a lot. Now, what we want to see is that how they are really helping with the finance industry. Now, picture this. AI can really go beyond modeling the future of financial markets. What it can do is that it can help us generate future possible trajectories of the market and market conditions. And this can help us to have a way more sophisticated understanding of the future of financial markets. If I want to tell you in detail, what we can do is that we can consider all these possible future trajectories and do unparalleled stress checks for our financial models. And at the same time, we can also check the risk management strategies that we have in a way that we could never do before. All these opportunities can be provided for the institutes which are agile enough to use these technologies, adopt them, and get the best benefit possible out of them. Speaking of innovation and AI, let me introduce you to our next speaker. He is the Director of Innovation and Digital at Deloitte, leading a group of 2,400 professionals, and also leading the Tax Digital Factory. Ladies and gentlemen, Fateh Armoun, please.
Hello. Hello. So I have a few questions for you. Who used ChatGPT? Can you raise your hand? Okay. Who use other than ChatGPT, like text to videos, newsletter, podcast? So, okay, so a lot of people. So who not using it? Yeah, that's so. The question is, are you excited or are you scared? So who are excited? Just raise your hand. By this, okay, and who is scared by this technology? Who doesn't care? Okay, so basically, if you work in art creation or funeral services or sport outdoor, you don't care, it's okay. All the rest, it's really important. Basically, there's a really new wave of disruption is coming, and you know, those tools start to have, you know, probability sentence. You saw it many times. So AI will not replace you. So don't be scared. But someone that will use the AI will replace you. And we start to have numbers, real numbers. So basically, we can do tasks 25% more quickly. So it's a study by BCG, but a lot of other companies are doing the same study, and over again, we see productivity gain. And it is just the beginning. So you have to care. So the most important is to care. Either you're scared or you're excited, but you have to care. For the economy point of view, it's huge. We expect a lot of revenue, mostly generated by productivity. We talk about 30 trillion. Trillion is it's 1,000 billion. So imagine the value that it will add. And GenAI alone will bring 2 to 4 trillion. So very, very important numbers. And a lot of your activity that you currently or you will do in tomorrow will be affected. So basically, no activity are immune to this new wave. You really have to understand how those new technology will impact your work, because in the coming 2 to 3 years, the job that you currently apply will change. It won't be the same than 2 or 3 years ago. So be ready. So that's really the comment. But you probably know, and I saw some people using other things than ChatGPT. ChatGPT is not alone. You know, we have text to text, we have text to video, we have text to image. The developer can use the text to code, and even text to specialize when they use it to create new molecules. So it's really huge. I don't know if you're aware about the origin, but it's come from Google in 2017 that created the transformers that changed the way to do predictive text to text. So they use context, and it's much more powerful, and it really generates a new wave of technology. But, and there is a but, of course, it's not a search engine, ChatGPT. I hope that you don't use it as a search engine. It's a pattern recognition, basically. It's statistic. So you have to be really careful when you use it, because there's a lot of things, there's a lot of risk and limitation. You have bias because it takes data that are taken from internet, you know, and we don't control what was there. It can have ethical use. We can have hallucination. We have malicious behavior, missing context. privacy. There's a lot of challenges. So it's just a tool. It's not the solution to everything. So always when you use it, be careful, be knowledgeable. That's why it won't replace you, because you need to have the understanding of how it works to better use it. And all those limitations also are a way to new type of work that will raise. So just to talk about Deloitte, you probably know Deloitte, I'm sure. Who doesn't know Deloitte? Okay, you all know, but you know that we do something else than tax and audit. Huh? We do a lot of things, and you have to understand that for us it's critical. We are both excited and both scared by it, but we care and we invest a lot of energy to make our people and our clients ready for this new wave. So we address a lot of dimensions, not only technology. We talk about ethics, we talk about legal, we talk about productivity, the future of work. There's a lot of dimensions that artificial intelligence encompasses. It's not only technology. That you have to have this in mind, that there's a new opportunity that's coming up, and you have to be aware and find your niche and understand how this technology can help you in your future. And that's it. We have a stand. If you want to discuss about what you can do at Deloitte, we're hiring a lot of people. I think that just in Luxembourg, we hire 1,000 people per year. At the global scale, we have 405,000 people. We hire all the profile. We are very diverse. We do risk, we do audit, we do cloud, we do data and AI, we do technology. So if you are interested by a company that are super diverse, don't hesitate to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So presenting to you now, we have a, sorry about that. Presenting to you now, we have a distinguished figure in the world of big data and blockchain. As the head of, as the head of digital trust solutions at Proximus, he brings with him his vast knowledges, experiences, and insights. So for our next presentation, let us welcome Mr. Frank Rössig, please.
Thanks for the kind introductions. Nice meeting you. Hi, all. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Okay. I'm going to talk about Gen AI and how you could contribute to it. This is similar graph to what we've seen. So Gen AI is different from the other AI. Historically, AI was kind of giving you predictions. Now it's creating something or co-creating with you. So it's all about augmented co-creation, meaning it's going to augment the way you work. It has different impacts in finance and all the fields. As we just said, it has huge impacts to be expected. And the first exercise very often when you sit down and work on such a project is to think about the impact it has, because AI or technology is nothing without impact, right? That's how you play this game. So I will start basically with the importance of data, cloud, and security. So if you're into AI, what matters is first that you get data. So, and I'll come to that a bit later, there are many jobs around getting the right data, curating it, and making it work for you. I mean, you see the data quantity that has augmented in the world, it's getting huge. Then you get this into different systems, a data lake, a data warehouse, or even edge systems. And then you need to orchestrate that data somewhere, right? On-prem, or increasingly in data centers. In Luxembourg, we're very famous for tier 4 data centers that are, you know, connected via very fast connections to the world. And cloud, this is a big word, right? That's where you put data. And also, you may have heard there's a big announcement actually. As Proximus, we have a contract with Google. They're giving us the full tech stack, the keys. They're training people here in Europe. It's going to be the first Google technology operated entirely by Europeans. Okay? Unique training on one of the best techs out there, meaning you're compliant with a lot of regulation. And this is the base you need to actually operate AI. It needs calculation power, else it doesn't work. From there you go and you get data, and you need to realize when you get data it's raw, so you need somehow to structure it, decide to modify it, what do you need, what you don't need, what's wrong, what's maybe gapped, you know. That's also part of the process. You don't call this data curating or preparing. And then you sample your data in different buckets, basically, right? So, but the other thing that's really important is that AI is always about more than just AI. You have this cycle here that you see is, okay, you run a model with data, with the training data I showed you before, you evaluate, you tune, and basically confirm it works. But that's only a small piece of the puzzle. You actually have users down there that are going to do something with the data, and that's very often that's being forgotten, right? And that also have an impact in terms of competence you need around general AI, which is not only about data science or these kind of things. And that's actually the key slide I want to show you. I mean, if I look at my history, traditionally I was a banker. New York, London, Frankfurt, traditional bank. Then I evolved to 2 startup banks, one in Luxembourg and one in London. And that's where I became digital. Why? Because the only solution to my problems was the person I saw in the mirror every morning, right? And in the end, I decided to go full tech, right? And at Proximus, we're a telco operator. We actually decided we want to go extremely tech too. So what I'm showing to you, if you have an AI project, you need domain experts, right? If you work in the medical and the financial field with people, if you don't know what the problems are in finance, AI is going to be worthless. So you need people who understand what finance is. You need UX designers. Again, if the users basically don't know how to use the technology or it's not intuitive, you know it yourself, right? You're not going to use it, okay? You need software developers. That's more classic. You need somebody that has expertise in hardware and cloud. As I told you, that's where you need to run the stuff, right? Cybersecurity, super important. I mean, am I going to play with the AI if my data is not safe? Nobody's going to share stuff with you if you can't convey that there's safety out there, right? Business analysts, super important. This is often the link between the domain expert and the data scientist and software developers who are going to implement something. Super important job, right? Okay, basic data scientists, data engineers, you know that. Legal and compliance, super important too. They got to vet that this actually is going to work from a legal perspective. You have heard maybe about, you know, the AI Act that Europe is pushing right now, so that has an impact here too. Clients and users, don't underestimate. You need to interact with a lot of people outside, and you need to do it fast, that they validate actually that they need what you're doing, right? That this corresponds to a requirement pain point, and you need a sponsor. So what I want to convey to you today is there are plenty of jobs around AI that are not pure coding and data science. And they're as important as the data science, else nobody is going to use it, right? Think about it. And that should be a door opener for you. So with that, I kept it really short and crisp. We are looking for people who are tech savvy. We are looking for people who basically can make a junction between technology and the end user. It's a value chain. So if you're interested, the best way is to contact us online. We are working on use cases that go from, you know, scanning prospectuses, RegTech, and so on. And actually, coming back to what Alex said before, he talked about fund tech. We are thinking what's important is fun tech, okay? That's really what makes us work so well. Thank you so much for your time, and get in touch if you want to know more what we're doing. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Mr. Frank. It was interesting. So I would be calling a person. So let me brief in that. He's a machine learning scientist at Nextgate Tech, a Luxembourg-based fintech scale-up, providing data management as a service for the financial industry, and is passionate about real-world applications of machine learning. Having won a Kaggle analytics competition in 2020, he is also a fervent public speaker and debater. Having reached the semifinals of the French Debating Association tournament in 2018, ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to welcome our new guest, Mr. Michel, please, on the stage. Thank you.
So good morning, or even maybe good afternoon, everyone now. Let's talk about, indeed, continue to talk about generative AI, but this time we will try to go deeper in the use of generative AI in the asset management industry. And more precisely, how generative AI will be driving change in this industry. So I also began with a code that is actually similar to the one of Faré, which is that AI seems unlikely to automate many entire jobs, but it does have significant potential to automate many tasks involved in those jobs. So now the question is, what are the tasks that can be automated and how? I will try to focus, given the time that we have, on three main axes of discussion. The first one being one axis that has been already mentioned, the possibility to brainstorm with generative AI, like ChatGPT, for instance. The second one being to leverage alternative data sources, not only to leverage financial data in asset management, but also image data, text data, audio, video, etc. And the third one being that when doing asset management, but when doing machine learning with whatever kind of data, you need to ensure the highest data quality. Why? Because there is more and more false information currently that is growing. And if you put low quality data or wrong data into your machine learning model, then of course the result that you will get will be incorrect. On the first aspect of brainstorming with the AI, so you know that ChatGPT has been trained of billions of information. It has basically been trained on the entire internet until September 21, until more recently, maybe now. And we can simply start actually our investigation by asking ChatGPT what sources of alternative data to use for investing in Luxembourg company. You know also that ChatGPT probably provides a very long answer. I try to summarize here the main aspects of the answer and to make the link with the different kind of data that we can use in asset management. For instance, we can use image data, that's satellite images, so that we can analyze the activity around specific locations to take investment decisions based on the activity around specific companies. We can also use text data, social media, news feeds. We can perform what we call sentiment analysis to see if the sentiment regarding a specific company is positive or negative. We can use news feeds. We can detect major events from the news feeds. And the idea with all this alternative data, we have also tabular data such as credit data. And we have what we call multimodal data, which is actually a combination of image data, text data, and many other kinds of data. Why to leverage alternative data? Because in asset management, you need to be a first mover. You need to make your investment decision before others so that you can benefit and make a profit from your investment. And why using alternative data rather than tabular data? It's because since the beginning of the year, the end of last year, we have those models like large language models, or what we even call now large multimodal models, that are able to process whatever kind of data. Until recently and still now, it's easy for everyone in the finance industry to do AI on tabular data, to use the past prices, to do some moving averages or even more complex stuff to predict the evolution of the prices. But you will get no competitive advantage if you only rely on that kind of data and on those models. If you want to remain competitive, now you need to use advanced models such as large multimodal models, whose idea is summarized in that image. So of course it's more complex than that, but the idea is that whatever the kind of data that you put into your model, you need to be able to find the transformation to convert your data into numerical data so that you can find similarities between the different sources of data that you will give to your model. Here, for instance, we give a text, we give an image, and the idea is that we convert into the same numbers so that we find similarities. And then when you think about millions of data points, billions of data points, you can make links between thousands of events that occur in the world, and you can take investment decisions by making those links with generative models. One example of more precise use of a large language model in the asset management industry is what we call company similarity using large language models, so meaning that you will use company reportings to analyze the sectors of activity of specific companies. You can even have a very precise breakdown of the different sectors of activities, and then you can, for instance, perform, as you see on the right, clustering so that you can find companies having similar profiles and base your investment and take investment decisions based on up-to-date information. Here also, why using alternative data and generative model instead of financial data, traditional models? It's because the alternative data is generally much more granular and comes before the impacts of this data reflects in the price. When companies announce their results, it comes with reports, and then it has an impact on the prices. But if you are able to process the data from the company feelings before, again, you can take your investment decision before, and you can get up-to-date information almost in real time. Finally, the third point is about the data quality. As I said previously, low quality data always lead into low quality results. You cannot get results of a computation correct if the data that is at the starting point of your computation is wrong. And what we can also do, so it's not especially in that case using generative models, but before training your generative model with data, you need to ensure the highest data quality that you will put into your generative model. This is done, for instance, with approaches that we call outlier detection. And here in that case, if we take still the example of the company clustering, you can identify, actually, you have clusters on the horizontal axis, and you can identify with the red dots companies that have really different profiles from other similar companies. You will be training your outlier detection model on a daily basis so that you can identify if a company behavior begins to diverge from the other similar companies, so that again, you can run your previous generative model, you can redo your company clustering, and you can have up-to-date information for performing your investment decisions. And the last slide, as we are actually in a Fintech Recruit event, right? We will try to take a step back and to think how we can also use generative AI on your daily basis, on your learning trajectory. The first takeaway is to learn AI with AI. So as you know, ChatGPT is able to do a lot of things, even text summarization. You cannot keep up with hundreds now of, if not thousands maybe, of machine learning papers that are published on a daily basis. If you want really to get to the point quickly, you need to use AI actually to do text summarization, to get the key elements of the papers that you are reading so that you can keep up to date. The second is efficiency, smart laziness. Again, big models that are able to do amazing things. If you are facing a problem, I think there is a very low probability that you are the first one to face this problem, and there is already probably a model that already solves your problem, but also the data sources that you can start from to have a first version of your model. And the last one, which is actually the most important in what we do in our company at NextGate Tech, which is that we ensure the highest data quality for our client to perform their financial oversight of investment fund. Garbage in, garbage out. If low quality data is provided to a model, you will get low quality results. And I would finish with this question. Would ChatGPT be a great philosopher if it was trained on Twitter discussion? Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon. I hope you all are not tired because we have more knowledge grabbing to do now with our next firm, which comes with an end-to-end solution to increase email productivity, automate email composition, and trigger automatic actions in databases. Our next speaker are Marcela Marinovic and Elena Kochlev from award-winning Email Tree.
Hi guys, my name is Marcela. Thanks. We're gonna do this into today, so make it more dynamic and for sure short so you can join your lunch break. I'm a senior product manager. I work also as a product owner. Startup has many hats that you have to wear. And I work in Email Tree AI. We're established in 2019, so it doesn't make us a startup anymore, more as a scale up. And it's a solution that helps you with multiple requests that you get, either customer service or, I mean, all of us get emails, right? Just to give you a little glimpse without having a real demo, imagine your inbox in the morning and all your emails are actually having preview of the prepared answers. They're already based on your previous conversation because we're using machine learning and AI. You can control either you check it or you just automatically let it go. Imagine everything being classified, dispatched with your different departments. You can see SLA, you can see the sentiment, and that's the email tree AI as we know today. However, last year we got a pink elephant in the room called ChatGPT, which I personally find very elevating and use it daily. And this was a critical moment for us to say, what do we do next? I think that it's not enough just to go with your customer's requests. You have to think about humanity as a big picture. So I prepared this. I was trying to find some philosophical thing to dig deeper into numbers, but not go with all of them. But you can see that today in the world, the knowledge will be doubling every 12 hours. This also applies on the companies because it's really hard for anyone to know everything about their company internally because we have regulations, we have complexity and innovation. I know that ChatGPT-4 was trained on 2 trillion words, so it would take a couple of lifetimes to know all of that. Oh, so I think it's 30% time that we spend to reply to our emails, and when you add the internal documentation, it climbs up almost to 50% of your time. And that's usually in the morning when you're the most productive and before you actually start your daily work. Hi, thanks. So here you see the numbers because it was predicted that technology will help us share the knowledge and be 20 to 25% increased in the future. However, this study comes from 2012. So that was 12 years ago. Imagine, then we didn't have any knowledge about ChatGPT, how much this can improve. So now, with like AI solutions, also such as email tree AI, you can save up to 60 to 70% of your time and increase productivity. So just to keep it very, very short, I'm happy to be here today, and it was really interesting also for me to listen the previous friends and colleagues here. And I think that AI, ChatGPT or email tree, it's a tool that we have to shape because later on it's going to shape us. And it's much more than just being afraid of a dystopian dream. It's also about how do you move humanity above. I will let my colleague Elena take over from going a bit into the old email tree.
Hello, everybody. Very nice to see you today, to meet you. So I will also keep it short, just at a very high level, to explain what we do exactly and what are the challenges mainly that we address with our customers. So we have already long-time customers. We have experience with them in many industries, both in the public sector and in the private sector. And we've come along some challenges that are really common to everybody. And especially in the finance industry where we think a lot and we focus a lot on the data security aspect. So as you see here, we have a few examples. There could be internal challenges for companies. There could be external ones. When it comes to the internal ones, as an example, how do you manage an email overload? Because especially after the pandemic, the email channel grew a lot and the type of the message requests in general. Or how do you detect phishing attacks or fraud? So these would be internal ones, but when it comes to the external environments, especially for the use of AI and generative AI also, the first thing that comes to the customer's mind is how do I protect my data? And you've heard our fellow presenters today speaking a lot about this is one of the main concerns. How do you make sure that the data stays in a secure environment, stays protected? At the same time, how do you make sure that you are compliant with the data law? How can you secure your sources of information? This would be another challenge. So for this, we do have multiple solutions at Email Tree. I will explain to you briefly our main solution, which is the web platform. It centralizes all of the features that we've developed based on our customers' feedback. When it comes to email mainly. So, you know, we're called Email Tree, but we also developed a lot on other sides of the channels. So we are present now in the chat channel, social media, SMS. We have now a partnership with a chatbot company that we will talk to you about very soon. So we'll share more information about that. When it comes to the benefits that you could have with such a solution that uses their own AI models that they do not share between their customers, but also who integrated ChatGPT for very specific tasks on the platform. The first benefit is the installation on-prem. So always think about where the data is stored and how you protect it. By installing on premises for our customers, we make sure that the data stays enclosed and that we respond to their requests when it comes to security. The other important factor is the multilingual aspect. So international companies can use their own preferred languages on the same collaborative account, and they can share the knowledge base between each other, which means that if I'm part of a team who uses Email Tree, anything that I do will help and impact my colleagues. And this knowledge base is not only the history of previous emails, it could also be templates, frequently asked questions, macros that companies use, and also internal documentation. So we gather everything in one place, we bring everybody in the same place so that we can work together as a team. And there are a few more benefits here that you can see. This knowledge base can be used in multiple channels. We communicate with the customers' platforms so that we really bring new layers of automation on top of what we are able to do internally. And we have proven KPI. So we have along the way measured our performances, especially when it comes to the AI part, just to see how efficient the platform is. And we have a few examples here, just to give you an idea of what is achievable with the help of AI, as long as you know how to use it and you keep it in a controlled space. We have reached an 80% improvement in average resolution time per email. And it's true that these examples are really focusing on the email channel. Also, so this translates to 1 minute per email, and this is in a customer service company, which distributes software products like Bitdefender, cybersecurity products. Also 95% accuracy in email classification, because we do classify, so we get rid of the pollution in the inbox, and at the same time we propose replies based on that knowledge base. There are a lot of things that we can do with AI. So all this to say that as long as you know exactly what you want to use it for, and you know what data you need to feed the system so that it stays correct, structured, then you can only benefit from it. Thank you very much.
Good. So now, before lunch break, we want to last 25 minutes. And this one is sponsored by none other than about to start seconds. I'd like you to take out your phone and 7, 5, 4, 3. You guys are in it? Does it work? First question, artificial intelligence. By human intelligence. A, B, or C. 5 seconds. which branch I did this on purpose. Learning is based on learning. Five, which AI technique involves mimicry? Genetic. One, 57% of the what ethical concept? C. Other question, according to projections, what will be the annual contribution? 30. This is done on purpose as well, obviously. I want to give those points away. There we go. And we still manage to have people not scoring. Then, in average, what will be the impact of Gen AI on task completion? 15% faster, 5% slower, or 25% faster? 3, 2, 1. 90%. Congratulations. How does machine learning benefit risk management in financial institutions? Machine learning has no role in risk management. It can identify patterns and anomalies in data to predict and mitigate risks. Or C, it's used to create complex financial products with higher risk. Congratulations. What is a robot advisor in the financial industry? A, it's a physical robot that manages a bank's office. It's a human financial advisor who specializes in robotics investments. Or C, it's an AI-driven platform that provides automated algorithm-based financial advice. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations. One of the last ones. What is algorithmic trading in the context of finance and AI? It refers to using AI to predict stock prices with 100% accuracy. Is a technique to analyze historical weather data for investment decisions. Or C, it involves using AI and algorithm to automate trading decisions. Congratulations. And we have Mr. Sergio, who is the winner, including Samuel Tavernier and Aurelio Pranzo. Who are these gentlemen? I would like to ask you to come to the stage. Please do stand up and come to see me. Let's go. Sergio, Samuel, damn, you can't be on it. Sorry, I swear. Aurelio and Flory Stevens. Sorry. Introduce yourself quickly. Who are you?
I Sergio Maestri, and not sure how that happened. Must be a glitch.
I'm Floris Stevens, a student at Software Brussels Schools.
I am Aurélie Poinzo. I am in Luxembourg School of Business.
Yeah, I'm Marco D'Amico. I'm here to represent the Digital Learning Hub who is hosting this event. So, and yeah, you're all hungry, so I will not take too much time. So I will just hand over the vouchers for a free training at the Digital Learning Hub. So you can register on our internet site and choose a training and participate. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you. So I'd like to wish you to go either, well, do both, eat and keep playing on that application, game application, until 1:20. At 1:20, we have an incredible panel of highly dedicated educators and corporate trainers that will be sharing about the future of education and upskilling. So be back at 1:20. See you.
Hello?
Hello, guys. Good to see you back. I hope you had a good lunch break. For those who are coming in now, my name is Alisa, and I'm happy to have you here. So now we're going to continue with another panel. So during the morning, we have explored the impact of innovation, topics such as blockchain technology, and on the future of talents in financial services in Luxembourg and also in general, and how it changes with AI, ChatGPT, and all other technologies. Now we'd like to kick off the afternoon session with an incredible panel on closing the gap. So reinventing education for higher employability and future competitiveness. There I'm going to start introducing the managing director of Luxembourg School of Business, a rapidly growing graduate business school, attracting top talents from all over the world and having more and more executive education and growing local presence, as well as an exceptional rapport with local and industry players. Ladies and gentlemen, Marin Niavro.
Next on, we have, we'd like to call to the stage the academic dean and the president of the European Business University in Luxembourg. Through innovating education and active participation in trying to democratize education, especially in emerging countries, he was able to assist on improving employment and knowledge in over 20,000 students. Please, a big applause for Dr. James Mully.
He is an award-winning entrepreneur of several university spin-offs. He is the head of UniLDU Incubator and Innovation Faculty at the MIT Entrepreneurship Center. Pranjul is at the inception of at least 5 of the most known and good startups coming out of Luxembourg: Our Choice, Magrid Learning, Food for All, and others. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Pranjul Shah.
Our next panelist is the former academic director of Solvay Brussels School of Business, Lifelong Learning Center, and he's a regular keynote speaker on all topics around digital innovation, cryptocurrency, and financial innovation. So please welcome Bernard Nicolai, who has strong connections to the LHoFT.
Next off, we are honored to welcome a gentleman who has dedicated his career to the realm of academic research, education, and business studies, elevating many standards and growing HEC Liège's impact on a global scale through strong international relations, partnerships to his and his team's credits. Mr. Wilfried Niesen.
So, moving on to our final panelist. She's the head of culture and people development at KPMG, and she's extremely well known for trying to reinforce work-life balance in a hyper-competitive area of business. And she's dedicated a large amount of her life to improving this area for new employees. Please welcome Géraldine Hassler. So, as all our panelists are reunited here at the desk, the format will be we'll ask a few questions and then we'll start right away. So, Wilfried, we'll start with you. You've been leading HEC Liège, a leading graduate school in the greater region with a strong representation in Luxembourg by former students that are shaping the local industry and employee force. When you look back as an active participant in fostering education, what were some of the most impactful changes you witnessed while shaping it?
I think the two most important things in my eyes is the complexity of the world today compared to what it was before and the rapid change. And if we take this into account, this means that we need different approaches to educate our students. The first one is that we need a transversal approach. We cannot teach in silos anymore. So that's clear that we need to combine law, engineering and management. And change is also a problem of, I try to, okay, if this works better. The rapid change needs also more skills than what we had before. So the companies are asking much more for behavior and soft skills. But they never forget that before you can have these skills, you need the basic knowledge. So which means that we have to pack a lot of more stuff in the studies and not only teach them technical things. And the last thing I would mention is that we teach or we learn the students today that learning is a question of lifelong learning and not only a question of university studies, which means that we need to train them afterwards. That's one of the reasons why we organize now lots of certificates or other things behind, like the Fintech certificate that we organize in Luxembourg, for instance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer. That was a very good insight, and I also think for all the students that are here, that's a very good tip. So all the extra curriculum that you do, all the workshops, all the other formations that you have, besides your degree, are also very, very important. I would like to continue with James. Can you please explain to us the mission and also vision of EBU and how you managed to upskill 20,000 students in only a few years with your headquarters being here in Luxembourg?
Thank you very much. Hard work. A great team that is up there with me. I have to acknowledge them, some of them. Well, let me just say, first of all, that we have a model. How did we attain to 20,700 students? And this is based on the fact that we were founded in 2018. Well, we have to have a very interesting model. And that's what we do. We make our education affordable, accessible, and equitable. And that means that we work with partners. We have over 130 partners worldwide. Of those partners, we have governments. The government of Botswana, for example, has brought to us more than 3,800 students. We have the Kenyan government who is on board. By the way, I'm from Kenya, so I'm a little biased. Hope you don't mind. But we also work just recently with the Global University of Somalia. We've signed on board students with them. So this partnership approach is what makes us capable of impacting. But something that my colleague here said is very important. It's competency, not qualification. And this is the future of jobs. And this is what we are focused on as well. We believe that if we can make our education affordable, accessible, and equitable, we can impact the vast majority of people who require it. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much for that answer.
Thank you for this very insightful answer. I think we can all agree on the point that education is the foundation of society, and especially not only when we're talking about fintech, but all areas of life and in business. Education is the moving stone in economy that in society that keeps us going, and that's why we can never stop learning. Moving on to the next question, which is basically for Marine. So your school has grown rapidly in the last few years, thanks to your ambition, of course, and your very effective team that you have at LSB. Would you mind telling the audience a little bit about how have you achieved this growth?
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming. I mean, that's a tough question to answer in 1 minute or minute and a half, but essentially it comes down to kind of simple basics of business in general. So we have realized from living here in Luxembourg, in this pretty amazing country that sometimes is very much under the radar, actually, we've realized that there's a big opportunity to create, I would say, a Luxembourgish champion in business education. Why is that important? Because when I'm very well aware, and even before we started, that couple of, is it 100 kilometers, maybe less than 200 kilometers, there are some very, very prominent European business schools that indeed have a very solid alumni basis and long history in Luxembourg. But what you need to understand about business education from a sort of institutional strategy point of view is every school needs to be anchored in its national, so to speak, in its nation, in its country, right? So we always felt that even though there are some great schools across the border, they and their main constituents are in the places where they are located and in the countries where they're located. And that's how it, to an extent, should be. They, of course, business schools project internationally. Some of our colleagues here, their schools are known in all the 7 continents, right? I don't know about Antarctica, maybe not there, but all the other ones for sure. And our plan from very beginning was, we realized that there is a clear opportunity, which to this day sometimes I question myself how come that was the case, that Luxembourg actually didn't have, I would say, a globally renowned business school. And the more we started working on that, we realized a couple of key points. When you state that fact very clearly, and that, I would say, vision very clearly, people rally around it, people from Luxembourg, people from all over the world. Some people know that, one of the things that distinguishes LSB was, I would say, we have really faculty here, but also coming from some of the top universities in the world. And that was actually, these people wouldn't come if there wasn't a compelling vision behind it. So, and then that vision really drove the whole growth and continues. In the context of that vision, as much as we are growing fast, we haven't even started yet. That's important to say.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you also from my side. Very insightful and interesting to see, and also very good points to set that it should be applicable here and not everywhere, and not everything is applicable wherever you want it to be. Very interesting. As next, I would like to ask Pranjul. You are a returning guest, as we saw also from this morning, and you managed to help almost 70 university startups go and also grow through your program. What is the recipe to your success story?
I think when we started the university incubator, the rationale for really the rationale there for us was that the whole ecosystem needed it. Because if you went around and looked at every successful entrepreneurial ecosystem that comes to mind, at the core of it is a very strong university, which comes out with strong people and comes out at the same time with bright ideas. If you don't have either, it won't work. So like my colleague said, it's about competency. The challenge is that most universities around the world, like if you look at it, students will come out, and you'll see many of them here, they'll come out with a degree, but the problem is they all have the same curricular education. And how do you differentiate in the world yourself? So when we said, okay, there's a gap to fill here, we reached out to all of our partners globally. We looked at benchmarking all entrepreneurial ecosystems. We partnered with some of the most entrepreneurial universities around the world, Israel, US, Denmark, and we brought those curricular points to the University of Luxembourg. And at the incubator, our motto is, we're not going to teach, we're going to make you practice it. So when entrepreneurs knock at my door, and some of the ones that you highlighted, like Our Choice, Margaret, Golden Me, these are companies, when they came to us, they were just mere ideas. So if you ask them how many lectures they've attended with us, how many minutes or hours or painful weeks they've spent with many of the mentors who are in this room, hours and hours. And there were so many times they wanted to give up, but the mentor said, no, you're on the right path, keep going, keep going. And now we have the success. It takes 5 years to build this ecosystem. But within the last 5 years, what we've achieved, we're just proud of it. And looking back, we realize clearly that what we're doing here is not about building startups. We're actually co-creating careers. We are co-creating ecosystem. And we are amplifying passions of people, because we have a role as a university to play. When we say we have 130 nationalities represented, 6,000 students coming from all over the world, they're not just coming to Luxembourg for a career. Most of them call Luxembourg their home. And we need to make sure we find ways for them to actually practice their passion and give back to this ecosystem from where they're getting so much back. So our job is just to let them. So when people are surprised when we tell them, like, okay, at the incubator, you can incubate a company for €1 per month. Many of my peers say, oh, but that's like a subsidy from the state. Honestly, it's not. Because if these people, when they start the companies, they give so much more. So when I see companies like Golden Me during COVID crisis matched 30,000 elderly people with their neighbors, so help them bridge the gap during the risk, that's impact, and that's what we are all about. So I think the secret sauce really is letting people do what they love best and just getting out of their way. Thank you.
Very nice answer. Thank you very much. It's definitely so important. And also the 2 points that I would like to underline to wrap all of this up is that we're all going to the same direction, so the next step. And for this, partnerships, as you all said, is very important. And also doing things that you're not supposed to do. Don't stay on your track. Do things that are different. Do things that are not expected from you. Thank you very much.
I fully agree with that, and I think we can also agree that the bottom line is basically what is happening currently. We're at the timeline where we are redefining education to a more impactful process that gets students and young professionals out of the classroom to get more hands-on experience, and I think all the panelists can agree on that, and I think this is also really important. So we move to the next question, which is very suitable, and this is for you, Bernard. I think the key points are AI and blockchain. How do you see these technologies impacting education and changing it?
All right, thank you very much for the question. Thank you for having me and for the nice introductions, and also for the company with my distinguished panelists, because it's just great. So as you know, I'm passionate about finance and education, so every time there is an opportunity to talk about it, you can certainly invite me, and I will contribute the best I can. So maybe before answering the question directly, a few words relating to Solvay Brussels School. We are celebrating this year 120 years. This year, so happy birthday to Solvay Brussels School. However, nothing is granted. It's not because an institution has been great or is great today that there is a guarantee relating to the future. We've got 5,000 students, 200 professors, plus 400 professionals teaching as well, with complementary backgrounds, like on this panel, 30,000 alumni. And we can also capitalize on that relating to tech and the new trends. So that's a bit in terms of introduction. We are there to provide practical knowledge, connections, and inspiration to our students. Okay, and in a context where the trends are evolving, our mission is to help you, the students, to become the leaders of tomorrow. Hence, leadership, tech, and sustainability, we believe, are very important. And it's at the core of the student experience. So back to your question now, tech. All right, how to talk about it in 30 seconds. Fortunately, we had excellent speakers this morning explaining AI, blockchain, and so on. We all know now that it's very exciting, and those are transformative technologies, for sure. And they can be combined together sometimes in use cases such as in data security, data integrity, optimization of supply chain, smart contracts, tokenizations with Tokenia, for example, the nice scale-up, the great scale-up here. There are also challenges, but at the end of the day, the use cases are very, very powerful. In payments, as we have seen this morning with Aginka and Bitflyer, with Petra and other speakers, in savings and investors, also in decentralized finance. So what about education? Well, as for the other sectors, in my opinion, there are lots of opportunities in education to get more benefits for the students, to manage education decreasing cost, also with less risks, with use cases such as credential verification on the blockchain, learning analytics with proposals to the students to tailor the student journey, chatbots, language learning, accessibility, career guidance, and so on. That's valid for education as well, and it raises concerns. However, what is still more important for me and for our students and for our hiring companies is how are we going to adapt the curriculum? So that the students, they come up, they are ready for the job market, and they can serve the clients, the hiring companies' issue. Well, we believe that it's important to include technology, including blockchain and artificial intelligence, in a transversal way in our curriculum, in bachelor and master programs, in PhD program, in executive MBA, and for example, in the advanced master in financial markets, where I lecture fintech and sustainable finance, and both they converge. So it's great. We have decided to add 3 years ago a class on data science, a class of machine learning, and more we also include fintech. However, we believe that tech is not the only competency to be added to the curriculum, because we believe also that leadership and sustainability should be included as well. Maybe it's a long answer to a short question, and I will leave it to here at this stage. Does it answer your question?
Absolutely, thanks a lot. I don't think that it is a long answer. I think it's exactly what has to be said, and I think you raised a lot of important points, especially that how do we implement into normal universities more technology, more leadership, more sustainability, and especially more entrepreneurship. So
absolutely,
this is going to be, I think, and most of the people here in this room, I think, are going to agree, one of the biggest challenges of the 21st century. And yes, so thank you very much for your thought-provoking answer.
Thank you.
Yes, it's very interesting to see and hear all of the insights and information that we have from the educational institutions and educational backgrounds. Now we also have Mr. Adin Hasler. There you would think, okay, when we start working, you stop learning, but that's where it also continues and also starts. So there, dear Geraldine, you fostered and trained thousands of people over the years at KPMG. What were some of the major challenges you witnessed when dealing with upskilling in a more corporate environment and now not the educational one?
So thank you very much also for inviting the companies at the table of education world. So that's true that on our side we are onboarding the people. Either they are finalizing their studies or they have their diploma in their hands. And I think it's important because education and companies must work together and not being the continuity, but must work together in the education. And that's what we have done for many years. I think that we are in all the schools that we are having here, that we are working with them to make sure also that there is no gap between the education world, but also the market reality when our students are becoming young professionals, graduated, and where they discover the world, whatever they choose as a career, but there is no big major gap. So what is important also is that, just to give you a context, at KPMG, it's hundreds of people over a year that we recruit. We do not recruit only in Luxembourg. Unfortunately, the university cannot fulfill all our needs. So we have to go outside of Luxembourg and neighbor countries, for sure. But we are recruiting people from all the world, from the 5 continents. So it's also quite very interesting also to see the differences between students coming from all over the world. What's something that has surprising me for the last probably 4 to 5 years is that We do not see any more students with a curriculum, French people who have studied in France and making internships in France only. Our students, our today's students, are very mobile, and they are studying in many different countries, and thanks also to the fact that the universities and the business schools and so on have reinventing themselves by making some partnerships with other schools in other countries. And I think that's something that we need to continue to strengthen that, but also to give the possibility of our students to travel and to study abroad, because it's not only the technical aspects, it's also to challenge what we have today in terms of technicity, but also that there is a personal experience that brings. And Mr. Nissen, I fully agree with you. It's not only the technical part, but also the competencies that makes you a young professional, so the leadership skills that today really makes the differences. To respond to your questions about what are the major challenges, I won't say major challenges, but we have students where they have been educating, where they have to pass some exams, where it's pass or fail. And on our side, we are much more in the company's world, much more on the growth mindset, where the failure is part of the learning experience. The idea is to understand the failure, to make it a learning point, but not to repeat the mistake. And that's where we do see quite a discrepancies by people who are very scholar and really looking at to have the highest rating, the highest results. But sometimes we have to acknowledge that we grow ourselves by coping with some difficulties, coping with obstacles, not having the response, but where do I find it, with who, and so on. Not working as an individual alone, but working much more with other people. And that's why I'm very happy that now the schools are making also much more education through project-based, and not only learning my lessons and having my exam just to check the competencies. Because what our reality is, when we have the students from the highest top-rated schools, it does not mean that are the top-rated young professionals on the market. Because what makes the difference, the diploma for us is the credentials that they got, the technical aspects, but it's much more the mindset that we are looking for. Mindset around how am I curious, how am I going to collaborate with the others, how am I going to learn from my experience, how am I going to step in, think outside of the box, and always learning. And I fully agree with what has been said. The learning does not stop when I have my diploma in hand. It's a continuous learning through MBAs, through different professional qualifications that our clients are asking us to have people in front of them, not only technical people, but how they know it and how they can continue to learn. And I think it's important for that we should always invest in ourselves and never stop doing that.
Absolutely, very great sentence for the finish. I'm very happy that you also brought in the aspect of being different in a sense of where you come from, what you experience, where you grew up, and that's very important. And I also think Luxembourg is the best example for it. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much. We've heard a lot of different things. The bottom line is basically that the challenges that we have right now is how do we implement more practical things into your curriculum? How do you redefine education? How do we apply it to the market reality so we can also scale these skills and make education accessible for the whole world? And this means we have a last question, basically, which is addressed to all the panelists, and I would start with Wilfried in this case. If you can answer in 1 minute, one short sentence, what do you think? As you can see, the technology has a huge impact already and will have a much bigger impact on work, on education, and on employability. How do you see us staying ahead of the curve?
First of all, thanks to research. And that's what is nurturing the education in universities. Secondly, we will always have innovations. When I was young, my professor was saying you may not use a calculator because if you use the calculator, you will not be able to calculate anymore. And today we have AI and other technologies, so we have to understand them, we have to know them, and to learn our students how to use it, but then they need to be agile because it will change a lot. And lots of them will go out of their studies today and have a job that doesn't exist today. So it's not about learning a job immediately, it's learning how to be able to evaluate in this world. And I said it already, it is also about managing innovation and lifelong learning.
Thank you. Who would like to answer the question next?
Well, let me answer the question by asking a question. Can I have everybody listen and raise your hand if you have used ChatGPT or other artificial intelligence for any work? There's the answer. The answer here is adaptive learning technologies. Did somebody not raise their hand? One person. Okay, we'll talk later. The point is, the future is here, and we have to adapt. And yes, AI is going to change our landscape. And exactly what has just been said, we need to be at the forefront of this in education. And if we're not, then this is the challenge we're going to face. That's really all I have to say about it.
Thank you, James.
I would like to take a little bit of a different look at it. I actually think, and Madame Geraldine said something interesting, I actually think that we all often make a mistake with the usage of the word technology. It's very tempting to jump at whatever is the latest. What we need to understand, for example, when you think about the influence of technology on education, education is actually, and I'm talking here about how it's delivered, not about the ability to deliver it, deliver content widely. Education is actually one of the few industries that has been very unpenetrated by technology. The way students learn, the way how actually the learning process works hasn't really evolved that much. And what I mean here is I don't consider the fact of putting a video of a real person on internet, that's a huge change in scalability of the delivery, but not necessarily in the technology of learning and of teaching. And actually, one of the things I think we can see here today as well is, I really believe it's an extremely nuanced play. So on one hand, we shouldn't forget that the role of universities depends on what level of education we're talking about. Education more and more on a bachelor level will be really about mindset, building a mindset for young people, how to even engage with the world. Master degrees are much more focused towards creating a student that is somehow also employable. But really the thing to understand is technology is not just about digital, it's also about how you do things. So for example, one of the things we strongly believe in is that entrepreneurship is really a technology of work. The way universities teach entrepreneurship as here's a box of, here's a textbook and here's what you need to know about entrepreneurship is in many ways wrong. Putting students in a situation where they need to act like entrepreneurs, otherwise their grades will simply not show up. Putting students in a situation where they can maybe be individually great, but if the group doesn't work, too bad, you failed, or you didn't do as well as you hoped. Those are some of the ways we can actually innovate in how the delivery of education works. And finally, final comment is just, sorry for the long answer, but final comment is just, at the end of the day, every technology will just make us more and more human because it will remove all the stupid inhuman tasks. That means that a lot of dumb jobs will disappear and we will need to reinvent ourselves. And the educational sector needs to provide something that will help those people whose jobs will disappear survive for the next 70, 80 years, or be active for the next 70, 80 years. Thanks.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
So I think like at every generation, technology has been adapting. It's not that our generation didn't come up, we didn't face some new technological challenges. Yes, the leap of technology in this time in AI looks like it would be higher, but education as a system has been among the slowest ones worldwide to adapt. So for many years ago, we decided that people should start getting in the university and from day one decide that they're going to end up on that job. That was the silos that in the past education system built. But we are moving in a pace where like people are changing jobs every year, which is unheard of. If I go back to my parents and say, oh, I'm thinking of quitting my job, it'll be like, oh my God, like, I'll be, but now it's like, it's a very normal thing. So I think the new generation is, the current generation and the Xennials, they are very adept with this kind of environment. And I think they're already learning at much faster pace than we could ever do. Our attention spans, for us is going, smaller and smaller, but it's also because the information grabbing capacity, like the soaking capacity of the Xennials is just so much higher. I still struggle with one book sometimes, and audiobooks is my way to go now. But, Xennials are like just getting so much more information. So what needs to transform, and this is what I'm talking to the class teacher of my daughter all the time, is that your role is no longer to teach. Your role now is to become a facilitator of learning, because the tools what you have are no longer adapt to what these kids need to learn. You just need to tell them what to learn, let them learn on their own, and just facilitate the learning, because AI is going to provide them 10 times more information that a teacher can pack inside one whole academic year within a week. So if they are passionate about something, just let them go and learn that, and then you just be a facilitator and silent observer and help them shape that learning, maybe focus more on application and building competencies rather than just learning for the sake of learning. And I think that's where the education systems will need to change. And there's a good reason. It's not something that we're going to reinvent. It's going to be a reinvention, because there's a reason why people doing physics or chemistry or mathematics, when they get the doctorate, it's a PhD. It's not physics, doctor of physics or doctor of this or that. It is a PhD for a reason. These approaches already existed. We kind of siloed them. We need to just bring them back together. And learning as a whole, teaching as a whole, the professions will change. So it's just about bringing these facilitator roles within our education systems.
Thank you. Fantastic answer.
All right, so coming back to the question, what can we do in education to stay ahead of the curve, in those evolutions? And maybe a question for the audience also, what can they do, or what can you do to stay ahead of the curve? Well, if I may give a piece of advice, maybe we should do the same. So you and us, we should do the same. And I will just reinforce some of the points that have been said. Well, I believe that's what's very important is to stay ahead of the curve, is to be curious, to be open-minded, and also to be optimist. So in a few words, to be curious, because the world is more and more complex. So the bad news is that your professors, your bosses, they do not have all the answers or even the right answers. But the good news is that a lot of talent is needed. And so as a consequence, if you are curious, you multiply the opportunities to learn and to contribute. Open-minded, it's the same, because and of course, it's based on the value of Université Libre de Bruxelles, le libre examen. Critical thinking is important, has always been, and in particular today, in the world of today. So I would advise to practice that. And to be optimist, because when you are optimist, you multiply again the opportunities for you and for the people you work with in the context of lifelong learning, as was expressed by, I think, almost everybody here. That's my 3 points at this stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Geraldine?
Well, time is running. I will be short, but try to be impactful. I would say, just to conclude probably and to respond to your questions, probably use the golden rules of communications about Simon Sinek, for those who know him. If not, I advise you to look at his TED Talks. It's about clarifying the why first, the how, and the what. What does it mean is that because we are talking about automation, artificial intelligence automation, but I think first is why are we using this? In which circumstances? What are the benefits that we expect to have that? Then the how me as a human, I'm going to use it, and how will I bring my added value as a human being with my intelligence to combine the benefits of this automation, artificial intelligence, what is my added value, and really about then the what is the best tool to use it. But I think that we forget that this technology and the digital transformation that we are living is just to make our life easier, but also to have a step further in our intelligence as a human being, I think is important.
Thank you very much for all your thoughtful answers. A big round of applause for our panelists, please.
Dear speakers, thank you very much for your inspirational words and insights. Geraldine, it would be great if you could stay with us still. Ladies and gentlemen, be an irreplaceable talent at work with Geraldine from KPMG #TeamBlue.
Good. Wow. It's impressive to be on the screen like this. Thank you to my panelists. It has been a pleasure. So I've been asked to cover this very nice topic, which has become an irreplaceable creative talent at work, and normally it should work. It's always, you see technology, but sometimes it does not. Okay. So we're going to spend probably 10 minutes. I will try to keep the timing on. So become an irreplaceable creative talent in work. And when I've been asked, and I say I was thinking about it, what are the key messages that I want to convey to you? First, let me show you my creativity touch by just replacing, and I prefer to have this sentence, is how to be a valuable creative talent at work. First, I think that we have just said we are living in a fast-paced world. Everything is going fast. Everything now is becoming urgent. You want to have an information, you take your smartphone, you Google, you have the information. It's not like me when I was at school asking my parents to go to the library to take the information through the books, because I was still in this generation. I may not look, yes, but still it was now the approach with the information is completely different. So, but people do not realize it, but when we are talking about skill set, when we are talking about competencies, it takes much more time, and then where we have a discrepancies on this. Then for the students, you may have here, and here we are in the Fintech Recruits. There are many information. You have you have chosen some studies, and then after you have to decide what kind of jobs, of career you will have. Most of you have decided about the fintech world, which is definitely something that it has a future, fintech, regtech, and so on. And then you have this, the fact to be really, to differentiate yourself. You want to make the best version of yourself. You want to be seen by your future employers by being the candidate that we should hire you. That's the same case, by the way, for the companies, and you have some over there in the other room. And by the way, KPMG is there, so we are happy to talk to you. But the companies would like also to be the top classes companies with their clients, and to be profitable and to have the best talents with them. But if we look at that, where does the success come from? If we look very deeper, why there are companies who are much more successful than the others? Why some people who has the same diploma, same studies, same internships, why they are making the difference in an interview compared to the others? Well, first, I made some research, and I think that I've been discussing with also the schools and the clients and so on, and there are really the top 5 in-demand skills that will be expected to have to be for the next 10 years, so by 2025, 2030, but we have already the skill set that are really in demand in that. Besides the technical skills, definitely the digital and data literacy. We are overwhelmed about many information. We are overwhelmed with many different tools, but the idea is how do I easily navigate with these tools, with this information, and how do I make the best of it? So you can be from a finance, you can be a lawyer, you can be different types, not in the IT world. You will have to navigate and to have this digital and data life in your job. Critical thinking. Critical thinking is probably something where I'm asking my teenagers, my two boys, to really saying what you found on the internet does not mean that it's true. And then it's really about, I have a lot of information, how do I make these trade, these selections, and what is my opinion about that? So really to be opinion-based, based on facts, but the facts needs to be real. Because today, it's not like with the books, and even sometimes we can challenge this point of view, but today we have to make the distinctions about real facts and what are the fake news. Emotional intelligence, we just talk about automation, robots, artificial intelligence, but it's something that definitely makes the person very different and very up to speed is the emotional intelligence. Yes, emotions have their place in the workplace. So forget about 20 years ago saying your emotions need to stay at the door of the company. No, this is impossible. We are human, we have emotions. How do I deal with that? How do I manage them? How do I develop and I build my rapport with the other person that I have in front of me? It can be a colleague, it can be a third party, it can be a client, but how do I make this a rapport and how do I work better with that and with the empathy? And with the fact that now with social networks and where we are all behind our PCs, we need to invest in these relationships, in the face-to-face relationship. Creativity is really having ideas, turn it into reality. Ideas based on the situation that we do have, being think outside of the box, challenge the status quo. And then the curiosity and the continuous learning, and if you have attended the panel, it's really about that. It's to have these adaptation skills, but also this resilience to adapt to many different situations and to many aspects. The focus is today, it's about creativity, so let's go deeper on that. Steve Jobs used to say creativity is just connecting the things, but how do we do that? So there are two elements that probably I would like to focus on. There are probably more, but this is in 10 minutes, I have to make a selection. First, you probably have heard about me. It's about the growth mindset. What is the growth mindset? So let's make probably 1 and 2 minutes. We are not born with a growth mindset. The growth mindset is there to be developed continuously. So everyone can have a growth mindset. We do see a difference with the fixed mindset. So the growth mindset is any failure is part of a learning journey. It's okay if you fail. And by the way, in an innovation culture, 99% of the ideas that we test and we experiment are there to be failed. What is important is to understand where does it come from? Where does it come from, the failure? And how do I improve things? And how do I test it again and again and again to achieve the final results? Then it's also to say the challenges are there to help me and not to see as a threat. No, I have a challenges, I have a problem to solve. Let's do it, and to be in this positive mindset and positive communication. I can learn to do anything I want. I'm inspired by the success of others because the learning is not only attending trainings, it's a 70, 20, and 10 approach. 10% of my development comes from the trainings. 20% from the others, come from the coaching, from the mentoring, from that. And 70% comes from the experience. It means by practicing things and on the field. So then it's really learning from the others and to be helped by that. And then you do see the contrary, you can read here, it's about the fixed mindset, to stay in the comfort zone and to be afraid to be outside of the comfort zone. Then our brain is a muscle. And it's great, and you know that there are some studies and research that say that we are only using a very few capacity of our intelligence. But our brain is like a muscle that we need to train and continue develop and train of that. And the creativity, we don't have people who are born with the DNA creativity. 70% of the creativity, it's to be developed and to be learned by just putting ourselves outside of the boundaries and outside of our comfort zone. So then we need to reset our mindset. Like I said, the difference between two people, it's not the diploma, it's really about the mindset. First, the intelligence is expendable, and it's something that's great, we do see that. And the people, the successful people, really that we can see on the fields, and then you can check also what are the different leaders that we are well known, is the people who have accepted and acknowledging this, and that demonstrate this curiosity and this creativity that makes them to take some mitigated risks. And because they take some risk, but then measure the risk, and then they continue to learn from that. And we can see that they can reach higher results than compared to the one who do not dare to do things. The creativity is a continual process, is a learning race, and this is something where people say, okay, I will try. I may not succeed, but I will try. Compared to the people who say, no, I'm not creative, it's not for me. So then they don't seize the opportunities to do it. And so like I said, the growth mindset can be developed. Okay, let's imagine you have the growth mindset, so that's great. You have developed, you are fully convinced about that. But after, you need to be sure that you do have an ecosystem, that you are evolving in an ecosystem that helps you to develop this. So it's about innovation culture. What does it mean? The companies today, whatever in which sector, by the way, it can be in the tourism, it can be in finance, it can be in satellites, in many aspects, we need to be continuously agile and to adapt to change, whatever the change is, by the way. Because people's needs and expectations have changed, and by the way, we just need to look 2 years ago. The COVID and the post-pandemic, the needs of our people are changing. If I just only take the workplace, how can we imagine that Luxembourg and the other countries would have pushed this hybrid working model so quickly? So you see, we need to continuously to adapt and to be agile. We need also to ensure that the company where you will evolve are also enabling this innovation and this creativity. And so these are probably the 3 questions that I would ask if I were in your place looking for a job, is that how do my company will allow the creativity to be explored? Do they expect me to do some tasks from 1 to 10 and then deliver and then executing the job? Or also they will continue to develop myself and give me a certain autonomy in that? How do the companies are aware and they do allow to accept the experimentation? Meaning, okay, we do not ask automatically, you do it, and it's a 100% success. It's let's try. You have an idea? Okay. So let's discuss, let's check it. Is it meeting also our needs, our strategy, and how do we experiment that? We trust you, let's do it. It works, it's great. It does not work, let's do it differently. And how do I accept the failure? And when it's not, even if it's good, by the way, but if it's failed, what do I learn from that? How do I change it? What should I do differently? And what are the steps that I need to take to increase the chances to succeed? But after creativity, it's also stepping back. It's having the time to do it. It's allowing that our brain have this space to really think about the things and not to be overwhelmed with a high workload, because otherwise you don't have the time to explore ideas. And everyone can find this time. On my side, I'm a cross-border worker, so I have between 30-40 minutes time to do it. And so between the time that I leave my home to go to the company and vice versa, it's also my time where it's me and myself, I would say, and I really think about it, and then it's where the ideas are there. Because I don't know if you are like me, but at home, I'm always with someone, kids or husband. If I'm with my friends, it's with friends. At the companies, when I'm reaching the door, all the team and the people are jumping on you. And so I realized that I've never have some time for myself. The only time is in my car, and that's where I'm having my ideas. And then after, it's very easy for me to structure myself. When I say time to reflection, and I think you know that probably, you have seen that, it's a question of working smarter than harder. And I think that when we are digging and being really in our operations and not taking the time just to challenge what am I doing, is it correct, is it still the most efficient, then after you can come to a situation like this. So it was the fun part of that. Just to be very concrete about that, you have many ideas to boost your creativity. First, this is something that we do at KPMG, so I don't know if you have that, but that's definitely something that I would encourage, is Degreed. You don't know Degreed? It's the Netflix of the training. It's a very catalog of many trainings. It can be 10 minutes or more than hours with different thematics, with different topics. You look for it, you do it, and then you can have other levels. You can recommend the training to other people in case they have some interest. After, it's about the design thinking. Design thinking is a great methodology to boost the ideas and to collect the ideas. And then there are some 5 steps where we have to emphasize is to much more learning about my audience, who I'm talking about, what should I deliver, for who, is it students, is it clients, and so on. Then we need to define. And then to ideate, it's where do we have all the ideas. We need to a prototype, and then we test. And then after, we learn from that. And we continue to do it until we have the great thing. Other things that I would encourage you in the companies to do it's some hackathon. Hackathon where we co-create also with our clients. We ask our clients to come with a topic, with a challenge. And our people are creating some teams, and they build a solution that they present in front of the clients. And so that's something also where it's important. It's business related, but people are outside of their operations, and then they are co-creating the solutions with the clients. The last probably slide, I think it's the one, because I know the timing is there, and we have other speakers. So the golden rules, what would like that you keep in mind, is that creativity is one of the 5 top demand skills that all of us we need to develop further if you want to be still in the race. It comes from many factors. Growth mindset, definitely. It's one that accelerates this creativity. We need to also to ensure that the company culture is really the foundation to influence the collective, but also our individual communication behavior. There is a big, really, if we want to have that, the company culture is important, but the people around you, your managers and your superiors, need also to allow the freedom to have that. Creativity or innovation requires time, but also requires certain vulnerability to say, okay, I was not good today, but it's okay, tomorrow I will be better, and I will try again and again. And this is the empowerment of teams, and we need to be sure that it's not only saying, okay, we are an innovative culture, but that you give time, you lighten the workload of the people, but also you have the right development opportunities for that. So then, I would say now it's your turn So get your creativity flowing. And so what above all, have fun, because then when we are passionate and when we have fun, that's where the creativity comes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Geraldine. That was very insightful. I'm back. People who don't know me yet, I'm Anamika, and I'm doing my master's in entrepreneurship and innovation from University of Luxembourg. And now I have the pleasure to introduce you to outstanding professionals from Do Recruitment Advisor, a renowned and award-winning recruitment boutique hailing from the heart of Luxembourg. Please join us in giving a warm round of applause to Sonia and Aiden as they share their invaluable insights and best practices on working in this beautiful country.
Great. Yes, here we are. Great, so good evening. Good afternoon. We keep it short and sweet. I know people want to get to the competition and things like that, so we don't keep you too long. We're going to talk about the best practices, so some practical tips on finding jobs in Luxembourg and how to do that. So we are coming from DO Recruitment Advisors. It's a leading recruitment agency based in Luxembourg. We recruit for the local market, so we know quite well the different industries here, but we focus mainly on the financial sector. I myself come from a background in external audit, so I started my internship here in Luxembourg, and I did 3 years in a Big Four in audit before moving into the recruitment space. So yeah, I have some, let's say, more technical background in the sphere that I am recruiting in.
Thank you, Edith. And I'm Sonia. I've been recruiting for 15 years. I started my career in France. I worked for 4 years as a legal counsel before diving into the recruitment world, where I worked ever since. And today, actually, almost to the day, marks 13 years I've been in, I moved to Luxembourg, and 10 years almost at DO.
Sorry, that was us. So why Luxembourg? You're all here, you probably know these reasons, but just to touch on them briefly, the central location that we are here in Luxembourg offers a lot of opportunities, easily reached by rail, plane, car, whatever. Also the presence of the EU institutions, so the Court of Auditors, the European Investment Bank and EIF. It's home to a lot of most of the major brands of banks, insurance companies, funds, so offer a lot of opportunities for new recruits and people looking to switch jobs.
So indeed, it's a small country, but super diverse and multinational, multicultural and diverse. Yes, the 3 main languages are French, German and Luxembourgish, but you'll hear many, many more, as there are like 170 different nationalities here. So really.
And it's good to mention the quality of life as well here. The healthcare, we've really good healthcare. Luxembourg was the first country to introduce the public transport being free for anyone who uses the service. Also big investments in infrastructure. I'm sure we've all been affected by the tram rail lines going down, but also in education, new schools opening in the city, and also like this campus out here. So offer a lot of yeah, good quality of living and standards.
And for you guys who will be tomorrow maybe looking for a job, this is basically the place to be. Salaries are good, benefits are good, very low unemployment rate. So basically the place to be if you're looking for a job. Yeah, job market opportunities. Well, Luxembourg is kind of a country with a can-do attitude, always reinventing itself, rooted originally with agriculture, then switched to mainly steel industry, and when the steel industry went down, they jumped into the finance world. So a small country, but always reinventing itself and getting today to the stage of being a huge financial hub.
Yeah, and a lot of innovative sectors as well, emerging sectors. As a recruitment agency, what we see and how we have seen it develop is a big impact on regulatory roles and regulatory compliance as the Luxembourg regulator, but also European-wide, starts to be a bit more strict. Also things like green technologies, things like ESG, so environmental social governance, digital technologies, the likes of the LHoFT, all the startups that they are helping there, and also the healthcare and life science as well is something that we see that starts to be bigger and bigger. Job search strategies. So speaking with candidates, LinkedIn is the primary source at the moment for people to find jobs. We'll go back to that later, but just to have your LinkedIn relevant, keep it current, professional photo, all the usual things. 90% of jobs in Luxembourg are found initially through service providers, so the likes of fund administration or big four firms. It's a great way to get your foot in the door. So you could look directly on potential employers' websites and see their vacancies there. Also different job portals, so you'll see them mentioned there, the likes of eFinancial Careers, a Monster. The ADEM also have a job board that is quite good. They have some good vacancies up there. And probably most interesting for new graduates is Job Teaser, because they also offer some internship opportunities. Another thing to mention is networking. Like today, it's good to get out and about. You will see again and again that Luxembourg is such a small country. You'll start to see familiar faces. As students, there are also a lot of free events that you can register to get your face out there and get meeting people.
And use us. I mean, there's like 250 recruitment agencies in Luxembourg. Don't use them all, but choose wisely 1 to 2 recruitment agency, 1 to 2 consultants you feel confident working with, and use us, work with us hand in hand. We know the market, we know our clients, we know who recruits, who doesn't, and given what you will tell us, we will see what's the best option for you. But make sure you keep track on where your CV is going. Whatever, if you apply directly or through an agency, make sure you don't send your CV two times or 3 times to the same company. That doesn't give a good impression to companies in general. So keep track and work with recruiters or directly, but know where your CV is going.
Cool. For CV tips, we won't go into too much detail. I know you have the experts at 3D coming up afterwards, so we'll leave it to them. But from a recruitment agency perspective, what we look for is very short, concise cover sheet, detailed CV that is 1 page maximum long. Keep all your information relevant, of course, but also I personally like to have a photo on the CV. Sometimes candidates, it's very obvious to them where they worked and the location of their offices, but that's also good to mention. Don't think that something is too obvious, and include a short summary as well at the start, a little bit about you and what you are looking for.
And basically, a recruiter will spend like 10 seconds on each CV, so it will immediately see if it's a fit or not. So make sure it's unique, but it's relevant to the job description. Ideally, you'll have 1 CV per job description, and maybe I shouldn't say that, but use AI with the new kids on the block, Mr. ChatGPT. It's a tool. Don't use it only, but use it as a way to maybe start your CV or put your CV really close to the job description you want to apply for.
So your online presence, back again to LinkedIn. Have it relevant, have it current, keep all your most recent experience up to date. If you did some courses, add them. Put the fluency of the different languages that you speak on there. A professional photo also is good, and include any interests or goals that you would like to move into, so that the person reading your LinkedIn profile knows in which direction you want to go.
Yeah, and be present, connect, and respond to the messages that are being sent to you, please. Yeah, it's a great tool. I mean, you should go there, like, post that of influencers of companies that you want to work for. Everybody likes to like. We are all there, and yeah, be there, be connected, and be present. Is that me? Okay. Tips for interviewing. Okay. Well, prepare. Yeah, please prepare for the interview. Whatever, if it's a face-to-face interview or a video interview, prepare. Prepare in advance. Get ready. Know who you will be talking to. Have your app all set. Don't make sure that it's really up to date and you don't have to renew it. Have some battery on your phone. These kind of tips that you have to have in mind, get prepared. And if it's a physical interview, of course, know in advance where you're going, just to make sure that you're on time. And wear professional clothes, please. If it's a video interview, you want to keep your flip-flops on, fine. But at least from what you see on the video, it has to be professional.
Also good body language. So eye contact. I know it's harder when you are doing video conference and the like, but it's very much noticed. No. Also think before you speak. I love when I ask a question to a candidate and they take a few seconds and they formulate an answer and then they respond. It stops you rambling and not getting to the point of the question that you were asked. If you don't know the answer to a question you were asked, just say you don't know. People will be able to see that you are bluffing and that you don't know. Smile, be confident. It's a chat between a couple of people. No one is trying to catch you out at the end of the day. And it's also the opportunity for you to see if this company fits you. It's not always the interviewer who has to be seeing if you are the good fit, but also vice versa. So ask relevant questions. Like Sonia mentioned, have the information that you want to find out from the company. If you don't get that through your recruitment agency, ask directly during your interview. And smile.
Thank you.
Ta-da! Cool. Thanks. And we will also be outside for the next hour. If anyone has any questions about recruitment in Luxembourg, happy to speak with you. Cool. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Now, it was a very great presentation. Thank you very much for that. Moving on, well, firstly, I would like to introduce myself for those who don't know me. My name is Chakman Lam. I'm currently pursuing my business studies at ISHEC Brussels Management School. Moving on to the next presentation, as was mentioned before, we have two experts from Freely who will tell us all about how you can improve your CV to land your ideal job. So welcome on stage, Elke and Vanessa from Freely, please.
Hi everyone, welcome to our little speech. So we are indeed Elke and Vanessa, also known as the Freely Girls. Purpose today is to give you a bit of insights on how to land the job. I mean, your next dream job. I would say dream job is a bit big maybe. Yes. I think also, I don't know if the dual ladies are still here, but we are quite aligned. So it's good to see that some recruiters in Luxembourg are aligned at least. Oh. So yeah, how to write your non-rejectable CV and rock on your interview to land that job. Basically, interviewing for a job or applying for a job, you have two moments to shine. The first moment is on your CV. As they mentioned also, CV screening goes very quick. We receive 100 CVs a day, and it's really like, we have a job, we have a certain criteria the person needs to fit, and it's really like left, right, yes, no, yes, no, yes. It's very quick. So make sure that your CV pops out. So if the job vacancy, as we mentioned, if the job vacancy requires some skills, make sure that those skills pop out your CV so we immediately see them. Very easy, you just do a little bit of rework every time you apply, but it helps us really to screen your CV and make sure you get that interview and you get the moment to speak and to explain us your experience. Because you're so much more than a CV. You're so much more than a paper. There is a person behind, And that is also what we like to see. So
Very
just,
good.
Yeah. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I would like to add, because when when we prepared the slide, we put employers generally spend less than 1 minute. No, let's put 3. But it's true, we spend so few seconds and we know already if this person is good for the vacancy or not. So make sure you highlight your strengths for the job.
Okay, as we said, make sure it pops out. Every experience shows something about you. If you're more senior, of course, to make it fit on a page, you limit some information. If you're more junior, if you're just a student, it's important to put everything there that you can do. And also show the person behind the CV. Even if a student job you did is not relevant for the job you apply for, put it on there, because it can show this person was working during weekends while studying. It shows something about the person. It shows something about the attitude. If you're a book nerd, put your favorite book. It's an icebreaker in the conversation. It helps us recruiters connect with you. I always interview Harry Potter fans. So it's just like, it's like, you're the Harry Potter fan. It makes us also connect to the person. So that put something unique on your CV so you pop out and we want to meet with you.
Basically, it's just a conversation. You need to connect with, you need to connect somehow. We had an interview recently when the candidate was super nervous. Oh my God, will I perform? Let's make it a conversation. Do you have any questions? So just make it be fun, basically. So a well-structured CV, as you mentioned, picture. We are not a big fan, but it's up to you. Clean and aligned format. Double check typos, because we have some customers that basically, if they see a typo, they don't move forward with the application. So it's something that it may be important for some companies. And we always suggest that you put your experience in a chronological order, because it's more clear to see what you did most recently or what you're currently doing, and it's what is relevant on your experiences.
Yes, review. Can you go to
Yes.
So review. How many CVs we receive that there is a typo in the first sentence? It's very sad, because you can have a very good CV, but just there you ruin that first impression. So give it to someone else, ask them to review for typos, because you have seen the document so many times, you don't see it anymore. So make sure you don't get rejected for a typo, because then some people don't even look at your experience anymore. So that is very important, and also really show who you are. The picture, indeed, I'm not a big fan, but for some customers, it helps to put an idea, if they look back at the CV, to see the person behind. So that can indeed be a good idea. So the questions we try to reply by CV is really, for which tasks are you plug and play? Because we get a job briefing, to say, this is what the person will need to do. We look, how fast can you be performing? That is the questions we try to. You pop them out by putting them bold, by job titles that are similar, highlighting the skills that they require. You make our job very easy, and also the hiring manager will look at it and say, yes, this person can do the job, and that's the question we try to reply by CVs. And also, who is the person behind the CV? Is really, it's a small sentence, but just add something that is unique about you that helps the conversation. For instance, as I mentioned, Harry Potter, if you do like crazy travel, or you have some hobby like skydiving or whatever, something that is unique about you, put it on there, and it makes you pop out, because we receive.
True, I align with that. And also, the many skills you have, you also should include on your CV. We just saw a very nice candidate, was on his CV, his mother tongue and English intermediate, when he was actually fluent. So no, put it fluent, because you know actually how to speak English. It may be a showstopper for some companies, so highlight your strengths.
Okay, so with a CV, what you show to your future employer maybe is the quality of the work that you deliver. If you show a clean CV, you show, this is the quality that I will deliver if I work for you. In an interview, you can show, you have a moment to show also how you will work. So how can you do that is, yes, first of all, the basics. Be on time. Whether it's online or in real life, be on time. Anticipate traffic. Don't arrive all sweaty and say, whoops, I was stuck in traffic. Just anticipate a margin. So good internet connection. Don't go in a coffee shop. It's very annoying to hear the cling, cling, cling all the time of coffee cups being washed, etc.
I do agree.
Dress professional. As also, yeah, that is very similar as what our colleague said of the recruitment. The background is important. If you are in your room, tidy up. It's not really nice to see a bed in the background. Make sure it's a silent environment. Cats sometimes pop in. As I have 2 cats, I don't mind too much. I know my cats also, but try to keep them out of the room. And be in the moment. Nothing is more annoying than somebody who's walking during an interview, is just in a busy street. It shows us that we were not important enough to have a silent room. So it's not very respectful. So try to be in the moment. Try to show also to the recruiter, to your counterparty, basically, I booked some time for you. I think this is important because the interview is really your moment to show how you will work, how dedicated you are for this job.
Very good. I would like to add some points on that because although this is the basics tips, sometimes we are so nervous to perform our interviews. We want to highlight our strengths. We want to sell ourselves that basically we, oh my God, I don't have a background. Oh my God. And then you realize that were some missing points there. And also, which she just said, I had an HR screening recently. It's just a 30 minutes conversation when I know the candidate to present to the hiring manager, and there was someone sneezing in the background. The lady was explaining about her previous experiences, and there was someone sneezing so loud that it was impossible to hear, to really grasp her knowledge and her strengths. So it happens, and it's it can be very complicated to present to the hiring manager afterwards.
So yeah, prepare before you go in an interview. So know your CV. Cannot imagine how many people don't know their own story and tell something different than what we see on paper, sometimes very surprising. Prepare what is in the job, what does the company do. I mean, 5 out of 10 interviews, so we also recruit in-house. The candidate says, when we say, what do you know about our customer? They say, not a lot, actually. Stop. So there, it's out. We cannot proceed with a candidate who hasn't done the research about the company, who cannot, I mean, it's an airline. There are not many in Luxembourg, so you can at least say it's an airline and you fly products. So know the job and the company. Prepare your question. Take a little notebook. Write smart questions up front. It shows, again, how you will work. It shows you will come in prepared, you prepared some questions, and not only what are the next steps, how many holidays do I have, how many times can I work remote, can I work remote from another country? That is all very interesting to know, but also raise questions like, what will the challenges be that the person will face when doing the job? Show that you're interested in the job, in the company. Come with smart questions. Then also be yourself. That is also something I highly recommend. Don't present a fake version of you. It's like a first date. If you present a fake version of you and the other person buys in on that fake version, the whole connection is fake and it will not work. Present who you are. If then they choose to work with you, at least they choose you. And then you're sure that the connection is real. If you're a book nerd and you talk about books very passionately, don't be afraid to express. So just be yourself, and then if they choose you, at least the connection is real. Take notes. If you raise a question, what are the challenges that the person in the job will face? And the person replies to you, take some notes. It shows again how you will work. It shows I am so dedicated that I want to remember what you tell me in the interview so I can reproduce this if I have the job. It shows I am dedicated enough to even throw my notes away if I don't have the job. And then, so follow-up messages. If they promise you an answer in 3 weeks, don't be afraid to send that email. Like, oh, we agreed that you would give me an answer by this time. Can I have an update on my application? Don't be afraid to do that. It shows again how you will work. If my customers don't reply and I hire somebody to follow up on my customer, it shows already, okay, this person will follow up as they already do it in the app. Don't go stalking. That is negatively. So, but general follow-up, like regular follow-up, is something we perceive positive. Not through 10 channels, not 10 times a day, but every week a little email to see how is this going is not considered.
Because even though you did a very great interview and so on, if you start stalking the recruiters, it can be a negative point and it can change all the recruitment process.
Okay. So then, how can you know who is in front of you? First of all, you look at their LinkedIn. You investigate, you always receive the names of the person who is interviewing you. You look at their LinkedIn. Check. Maybe you have a university in common. Maybe you have a connection in common that you can use as an icebreaker. But we all know everybody has different personality types, and to different personality types comes a different communication. So you can also adapt a bit to the person in front of you. So we use a tool, Crystal Knows. It's a plugin on Google Chrome. I wanted to do a demo, but we cannot log in here. So you go to the LinkedIn profile of the person, you use the plugin, and it will give you the disc profile of the person you meet. It's a suggestion based on the writing style of the person, based on, for instance, CEOs most of the time have the D, the leader aspect, the red personality. So they analyze the data on the LinkedIn of the person and they will give you a suggestion. For instance, we did a test with Nasir of LHoFT. So we asked him to complete the personality test, and then we checked if Crystal Knows is accurate, actually. And it also, you can give situations. So for instance, for Nasir, he did the test, and he came out of a strong D, a captain, which is normal in his role, and also if you have talked to Nasir, you kind of observe it quite easily. And then we went on Crystal Knows, where he comes out as a DI, being a leader, but also with influential skills, liking ideas. And then in the plugin, you can say, I have a meeting with Nasir, and I need to convince him to hire me. And then I will read the sentences afterwards. You can come to our booth if you want to see it. I can show you the demo afterwards. But it's like how to convince Nasir to hire me is like share a new idea, focus on your ability to work quickly, and then project boldness and self-confidence. What he doesn't like is too many details, go in the nitty-gritty and see problems. He doesn't like when you see problems in the community. So that is a tool I have used already a lot for meetings with prospects, for instance, but also in interviews, because still remain yourself. The message that you give is consistent, but you can adapt your communication style to the person in front of you. In the sense, if I have an interview with a CFO, they are most of the time more of a C. If we look at the disc profile, then you can go very much into the details, you take notes, you show you're prepared, etc. So you can adapt a bit to sell yourself more aligned with the person.
So and hopefully you get the job after all those tips and tricks.
Yes, so 2 moments to shine, and then you will get the job in the end. So we're here now. We're always at the other side where we raise the questions, but we are truly delighted to hear your questions that you have maybe now. Are there any questions?
We prepared some time to maybe to reply your questions regarding the recruitment process, but anything that you like to know from us, from our perspective at least? No questions?
So we were clear then. Well, thanks a lot for your attention. Don't hesitate to reach out. We are social media, we are everywhere. We still have our booth there if you want to see the demo of Crystal Knows. We're truly happy to show it to you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and have a nice day.
Okay, guys, this is the last one, so get your energies on. The next guests on stage are both experienced recruiters with a passion for helping companies find the right talent and helping candidates find the right job. Today, Manuel and Valentina will be talking to us about digital strategies for an unshakable LinkedIn profile. They will share tips on how to create a profile that stands out from the crowd, attract attention of the recruiters, and help you land your dream job. Please join me in welcoming Manuel and Valentina from Digital People to the stage.
Tu le veux? Yeah,
It
that's
works.
us.
Okay. So, digital strategies. So, why we are here? Why are we here?
So let me introduce you firstly, quickly, Valentina. So she is international known IT tech recruiter. Basically, originally from Ukraine. The good little story is that a Luxembourgish company headhunted her from Ukraine, East Ukraine, in 2016, 17?
Yeah, 16.
Okay. A background, for example, why they hire her is because from a previous company, she raised alone a tech company from 20 developers to 160 in less than 1 year, recruiting all of them. So that's her. That's the specialist of recruitment.
This is Manuel. He is the expert in communication. Well, you will see on the stage today. So, expert there. And on digital communication. And not only, but especially on LinkedIn. So,
before we start, raise your hand. Who is in the recruitment? Who is a recruiter? Raise your hand. Recruiter. Cool. Who is on the side of the company? Who is the CEO, hiring manager, recruitment CEO, decision maker? Anybody? No? Oh, someone over there. Okay, only one. We can go for it. Who's more looking for a job?
Candidates? Yeah.
Like this, we adapt our speech. Okay. So many candidates. Raise your hand again. Cool. Good. It's cool, but at one moment, it's not super cool to see so many people looking for a job. We will be great to have less people looking for a job.
That's why we're here.
Why we are talking about LinkedIn?
So why we're talking about LinkedIn? So I've got some news, guys, for you. That's it. No coming back. We're in tech environment, and tech means digital. You probably know Facebook and Instagram, but LinkedIn is the must place to be. We were talking to some of you today in the room. I'm happy to talk more. We'll also have some tricks and extensions and tools to show you, but it's the must to have, LinkedIn, okay? Some of the recruiters and the companies we personally work with, after seeing a CV, like after a minute, they go to your LinkedIn profile. They check your LinkedIn profile. Are you there? Do you have it updated? What do you do? How many years you've stayed there? If the CV doesn't match with LinkedIn, if it matches, that's already a good point. If it doesn't, there are already questions. What do you do? What do you interact? And we'll talk about it now.
So changing the game, I don't know, we are in 2023. I started my career really long ago. I started my career without computer, without email, without phone, mobile phone, without networking, without anything. It was back in 1994. I'm old, 51, if you want to know. So at that moment, we had to use the techniques. I come from a sales environment. Sales training, sales environment, building your brand, making the people understand you, negotiate with people, making people generally likable. You need to be likable. The only way to be likable for the moment, it's not on a CV. I'm sorry, I contradict a little bit, because someone might look at your CV 3 minutes,
I can decide to talk to you in 7 seconds just by watching your profile on LinkedIn. So why are we are changing the game? You want to copy everything? Perfect. That's not what works right now. You want to be front of everybody. Use the tools that are in front of everybody. That means that LinkedIn means all the other social media. Who's using Threads for the moment? Nobody. Don't be mad, it's not available in Luxembourg for the moment. Yeah, but I invite you, any social media coming, use it to find a job, to recruit people, to enter the mind of someone. This is the most important. Now, today they only left us 20 minutes, so we're going to try to give you really practical, but if you want to see some demo, some profile, or you want just a little touch or a little advice on your profile, come see on the booth. Happy to do that with you.
Your personal brand is your everything. So you can come to the company with your CV and send your CV, but your LinkedIn and other social media are there. If there's no LinkedIn profile, you do not exist. You send one CV, that's it. The company might not take a good moment, good attention to you, but if you're on LinkedIn, yeah, you're always there, right? Branding is everything as well. So on your LinkedIn profile, you have your content, but you also show it's not only what is on your LinkedIn, it's also what you do with it, right? So if you get in touch with recruiters, with the companies, if you reply quickly, if you're so passionate about what you do, talk about it, right? If you're in data, we saw so many of you talented data, machine learning experts, you do something else, talk about it on your content. And then if recruiter comes, a company comes to your profile, they don't need to ask you. They will come to discuss already on something you've talked about on your LinkedIn. So that's your branding. You're in control and you build it.
Without saying that, it's always better to have people coming to ask you if you are interested by a job that you constantly apply. There is only one way now, and it's, thanks God, with social media, we have the possibility to build an image, even if it's a little bit wrong, even if it's a little bit fake, to build an image, to reverse the engineering, to have the people coming to you, asking, hey, I saw you on social media, I saw you on LinkedIn, your profile looks good, your content looks good, you seem the right person, I need someone like this. It might sound really strange for candidates, but this is what happened every single day with me and Valentina. Even if our profile is clearly identified that we own company, we still have everyday people asking us if we would like to work for them. Now, everything starts with your photo on LinkedIn profile. It's not a science, it's a brain effect. Everybody understand what is the brain effect? I mean, in sales we teach, you don't speak to a person, they teach us this. You don't speak to a person, you try to speak to the brain. They are two different people. Looks strange, but they're two different people. If you succeed by using some word, if you succeed to enter the brain, you win. If you stuck selling something or teaching something or trying to sell yourself to the person, it won't work. Now, the photo on LinkedIn profile, it's 7 seconds. It's scientific. Someone arriving to your profile, he will look at first the visual, your photo, and he will take his brain 7 seconds to decide, I want to continue. Oh, this guy, I don't like. Whatever good, however the good is your profile behind your photo, he won't even look at it, just for the photo. So people are asking me, but Manuel, you know, I like to be myself. Fine. You know, the best example is you want to be on a Hawaiian shirt on your photo on LinkedIn. That's fine. It's perfect. But you better be an owner of a surf shop in Hawaii. Okay? If you're a salesperson Imagine the impact. 7 seconds, you see you're looking for a salesperson. You might be the best salesperson in the world. Best. But you appear with a wrong photo on your LinkedIn profile. Even if your CV looks good, he will not talk to you. He will, just your CV will go away. Not 3 minutes for reading your CV. 7 seconds with your photo on LinkedIn. And then after. Your goal on LinkedIn is to give this 7-second impression for them to read the rest. And then make the comparison with your CV.
Yeah, and just something very practical. If you're a candidate, you have a blurry photo, no matter how great your experience is on LinkedIn, the impression is made, like right there. Or you choose you're smiling, or it's cold, somewhere far, not seeing much the face on the photo, you're in control again.
Another little trick on your photo, it's proved scientifically. People who smile, and we can see the teeth on the photo. Don't go look at my profile, I'm not smiling. But people who smile, and we can see the teeth, scientifically brings the brain of someone like this person. Automatically, if you smile, people can see your smile and your teeth on the photo, you will be likable. Automatically. It's just the brain. It's just the brain who decides.
Yeah, and then invest in discovering what the audience who come on your LinkedIn are looking for, what they need. So it's very good to put on your LinkedIn profile how amazing, how great experiences, what you've been doing, or maybe a director or a leader, and so on. But don't forget that, again, everybody's busy. They're analyzing your profile quite quickly. There is a summary there, there is bio, summary, title. Why don't you put a message for recruiters, for companies who look for what are you great and what you can bring? So focus on who you're attracting to your LinkedIn profile. Yeah. There are some of you who come to us and say, look, I'm trying to get to them, but they really don't have time, and so on. I am, but I said, okay, do they have a position? I don't know. Did you look if they have a position? So it's invest in which companies you want to work with, if they are looking, if they need an expert like you, and the ones who need, put it in a easy way for them to understand, quickly interact again. LinkedIn is not just a CV, it's also the social network. It has a feed. You can put your content in it. You can express in many ways your personality and why you're great. By the way, on CV, on LinkedIn, you can also put achievements. What are the achievements? This is something recruiters and companies love because they want to know what kind of achievement, what kind of success story you can bring to them. They don't want to guess. They want you to tell them.
When Valentina said they want you to tell them, just realize that 71%, it's the same as a salesperson. 71%, they're going to buy you, the personality you are, the person you show up. They're going to like you. They're not going to be like, they're not going to refer on the CV. Maybe they didn't see the CV yet. They're going to be impressed by your personality. They're going to be like, if you're likable, they're going to trust you. Building a trust, even if it's online, it's one of the most important right now. I mean, you all spend time watching YouTube, communicating with your friend, with Twitter, Instagram. I don't even follow. By the way, for recruiter or for candidate, it's always nice to appear on Instagram also. This is really important. Just like realize that 71%, they don't buy your skills, they don't buy what you have done before, they buy you. when you present yourself. Now, let me do a little test here. I would like you to do something, because all what we say, it's really, 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 it can be important or not important depending on the mindset you have. So I would like you to raise your hand. Just don't be scared. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Yes, yes, yes. Cool, cool, cool. So most of you are raising your hands like this. Yeah. There. So now raise your hand higher. Go higher. And higher. And higher. And I'm going to tell you the difference. Our brain, again, you know, the one who decides our life, is going to tell you, be lazy. For everything, it's going to tell you, be lazy. So when someone asks you, raise your hand, your brain say, raise your hand. And that's your average. Someone who's on the top, who have a mindset of being excellent in everything is done, automatically his brain is going to make like this. Raise your hand. That's your brain speaking. So, I'm sorry, most of you will need to change a little bit the mindset and look for excellence. Looking for being in a mindset of being excellent, not average.
So, differentiate when reaching out. Being within recruitment and in any company, I think most of you, even being a candidate, seen one day a pitch, we got pitches, just a pitch, we can do that, we can do that, we can do that. Buy our services, I do that, make a difference. It's a communication. So LinkedIn was first built as for CVs, and then they wanted to say, look, we are also social media. This is why they have chat. This is why, by the way, for the extensions and tools, automatic tools, you can use them, but wisely, because LinkedIn wants this to be authentic. So be authentic and talk to the person. This is actually the real message. I was using it and got 85% of the connection. Yeah.
88, actually, to be very precise. And it was sent to candidate for a customer. 88% open rate. Connection, accept. With a simple message like this. Actually, this message, you can change it for everything. You are looking for a job, you change 2 words, and it works for a job. Okay? Now, we are all human, I say. Our brain is lazy. We don't want to do the work. We don't want to spend 5 hours a day on LinkedIn. We don't want to spend 8 hours a day. I do, but I don't ask anybody to do it. We don't want this. And we are naturally lazy because all our evolution have been like this. Lucky we have some tools. Again, like Valentina said, the tools are not there to replace you, and this is a misconception that most of us is doing when using the tools. They think that it's going to replace us. It's not the replacement. Those tools are going to help you to save time, and you still need to direct the tool to be the master of the tools. If you let the tool doing it, it's going to do anything. Believe me, if you put shit in a tool, it will come out with shit. So it's better to masterize those tools. So we put there is tons. We can go further with tools. So resume word. You're not sure about your LinkedIn profile. If it's good, not good, put resume word. He's going to make a small audit. In 5 minutes, you will have an audit of your LinkedIn profile, even with recommendation of what to change, what not to change, your quota, which is good, which is them over. ChatGPT, We all know ChatGPT, it's our big friend, but ChatGPT is nice, but believe me, there is tons of variation. One of the best I've seen for the moment is that ChatGPT is writing a text that you ask, and then you go to humanize it, and this AI make this text look like a human. So it's not only ChatGPT, there is tons of tools. Expandy, if you have to reach at scale, I'm speaking for people looking for sales job or whatever. If you want to reach at scale, Expandy is an automation tools on LinkedIn. It's totally safe, it's cloud-based. I know there is a lot of restriction. The restriction comes on LinkedIn or banning and stuff like that because you go over the limit. It's not because you use automation tools that you have to go over the limit of LinkedIn. You can still do a good job by respecting the limit of LinkedIn. Sally AI, previously they were speaking about Crystal. No, Sally AI, it's a little bit the same functionality, but on a sales point of view. So it will create icebreaker, it will analyze, it will tell you if this guy, for example, is a good fit for you. As a customer, as a candidate, or as a personality to reach out. And there is tons. If you want, come to our booth, I will give you all of them. We can even make some presentations, some things you will see. It's bluffing if you use it correctly. Most of the people don't use it correctly, and then they say it doesn't work, of course.
Yeah, so automation tools can do miracle. They can save you so much time and do your work as if it was an army doing, right? But remember that automation, it's not only a miracle that helps you, it also exposes you, exposes your personality. That's the personal brand as well that is there behind the automation tools that will deliver all those messages and the impression that those messages will create. The messages, their automation on messages, on feed, on posts, on anything you like. And ChatGPT and AI and NLP, which is coming, it's all coming. And it's also better to know how they work before, we don't want to think of the time they replace or anything. We better take control now. So consistency is the secret. That's actually the personal brand. So it's a good image. It's just like a photo. So LinkedIn, reading your LinkedIn profile, experienced recruiter doesn't take much time. It's like several seconds. Scientists, not science, practically, I can tell you that's the case. So consistency within your work experience. So if you change from from a designer to a cook, and then you can, of course you can, but there should be some consistency. You create the trust, the first trust. If the trust is not there, then you have to re-win it. Why do you need it? You first, think about how recruiters see you already on the social media. And yes, by the way, recruiters go to Instagram, to Facebook. Don't forget it's public. And we have GDPR, but that's about personal data, which is public, right? And that everything is taken into the consideration. Posts. So I wish you all candidates who are here to be the candidates who would put in their title, recruiters, do not contact me, I have too many job offers. They're actually, candidates like that. So how they become those candidates? Well, they gain the seniority, they gain the experience, but they also gain their reputation on, if it's, there's Kaggle for data, there is GitHub for coders, right? Hiring managers can directly see the code on GitHub and already take a good decision. Maybe they're already interested, you've got some buy-in. And the way you reply, that's also something we put. The recruiters, they share with hiring managers their feedback, right? So they share about the feedback, which is more or less mathematical. Like, skills are there, this is what you're looking for. How about the personality? That's what the hiring managers really want to know. It's about the personality. If you are consistent, if you're professional, if you're punctual, in all the ways professional with the recruiter, that's already a buy-in. This is your personal brand. How do you show that? Through social media. You are replying, you are quick, you are respectful, you show the motivation. Nothing turns away a company than lack of motivation. You can be great, but with lack of motivation, they won't go further. You won't even know why. So don't forget, it's not bad to show that you're there, you're ready, you will perform, you'll learn your way. So this is the mindset.
No, yeah. But Valentina, I mean, all this is good, but you know, it's difficult. It is difficult. Yeah. It is really difficult. But are your goals, whether you're looking for a job or a sales or whatever, difficult? Yes, they are. Investing in your professional ID 2.0, it's priceless in our time. Really, priceless. Everybody is going to look at it. I don't look at CV. I look at the name. I try to find him on LinkedIn. Give me a better impression than the CV. Being visible and attractive will bring you closer to your goals. Believe me, whatever you want, it's mathematic. It's the brain who decides. Now, I understand. It's difficult. People are not content creator. I mean, who create content on LinkedIn? Kind of 2 times a week? Who? The minority. The minority. Congratulations. Yeah. I mean, some people create every day, sometimes 2 days, 2-3 days, 2 per day. I don't go to the limit. No, I'm going to deliver a little secret. You know the content creator? Raise your hand who's not putting content. Raise your hand. The majority. Good. I have a good news for you. You don't need to put content on LinkedIn. Forget it. You need to spend 30 minutes, 40 minutes every day and use the commenting strategy. LinkedIn, it's built to create this visibility. If you put the content, it's going to act like this. The algorithm is going to act like this. First hours is going to show to your first network. If you don't have a huge first network, it's already fucked up. Don't do content. If the network doesn't react, it doesn't push it to the second network. If they react, if some people react, it's going to start to show this content to the second network. If these people are reacting, again, if you don't have a lot of network, there is not a lot of second network. If those people are reacting, and that's where the post goes viral, and that's where you get the maximum visibility, because LinkedIn is going to start to show it to the third network. And that's the game, arriving at touching with your visibility the third network. That's the entire game. Very few people arrive. And if you arrive already to touch your first network, it's already good. This if you put content. If you don't put content because we are lazy, we don't have time, we work, we need to find a job, all those excuses are good. Start commenting. And don't commenting like, hey, nice post. You know, doesn't worth it. Comment something genuinely, something you show your personality. You don't agree with the person? Fine, just tell him, I don't agree. You're going to see an amazing effect because everybody is going to look your comment on a precise post. And usually you're going to comment on topics that you like, topics that you want to find a job in the industry. And who's commenting usually on posts on LinkedIn? CEO, CTO, hiring manager, thought leader. All those people are commenting. Now, open LinkedIn and go to any post. The first thing on a post that you like, you're going to say, what are the comments? You're never going to push who likes. So forget the likes. Just comment. You want to find a job? Comment on 30 recruiter. Select 30 recruiting, click the push follow, click the little bell. You will have a notification every single time they put a post. So you don't have to worry to scroll down to the post. LinkedIn is going to tell this person, make a post. Cool, click on it, arrive there. Make a thoughtful comment, not like, nice post, doesn't work. Say, hey, I really appreciate what you say there, and it will be super interesting to hear more. Is there any tutorial, any video on YouTube that you can recommend it? I guarantee you make this comment. Other people who post, they will send you a video. And that's not the finish. After that, when someone starts to interact it, take a photo because after that I delete it. After that, when someone interacts, like your comment, reply to your comment, come visit your profile, that's the moment you engage with them. You have the best excuse to engage with them. Oh, connection rate, following this, it's around 100%, 95%. Because if someone come to your profile after liking your post or liking your comment, and you just say, hey, I saw that you like my comment. You're probably someone known, someone well aware of this topic. That would be great to connect with you. Do you think he's not going to connect? 100% is connecting with you. And you have a good catch to start a conversation. And that can be a recruiter. And you don't need to send the CV. Because in your conversation, you will say, hey, by the way, I'm looking for a job. You're the recruiter at that company. Can I send you my CV? What do you think he's going to say? They say, this guy is commenting on LinkedIn. He's got a nice profile. He's got a nice communication. And I can see on LinkedIn that he might be fit for one other job. He's going to say, yeah, send me directly your CV. Done. You don't need to create content. Use this.
Back to the hand question, about the mindset. If you go full in, sometimes we talk and then the audience says, yes, this is great, I'm going to do it. But tomorrow you will forget and you will do the same. Well, remember that. It's very good for those who do it. So difficult? Yes. Takes time? Yes. It's easier to say, look, this is great, this is attractive, what you say, but I will do my way. I will send the CV again and so on. Remember that it's very, for business owners, for candidates, this is very good strategy if you don't do it, because like that, the others who do will stand out.
Remember,
so don't.
Yeah, sorry. Remember, average, excellent.
And yeah, personal brand is the reputation today. So reputation is good for locally one city or one community or a company, but the personal brand is international. It's the scale. You want to go for success, that's the personal brand. In anyhow, you want it or you don't want it. We all want it. Maybe I don't want it neither, but technology exposes us to the very scale. So yeah, what is on social media about us? This is what we are in the end of the day.
I think we don't have the time for questions, but if you would like to ask questions, we are available over there with pleasure.
Thank you so much.
By the way, Anthony, 2 seconds. We make a little competition, okay? Scan this QR code or don't scan. Find us on LinkedIn. The 3 first on each profile, we're generous today. The 3 first who go and send a connection request with a little note, including an original note, included audit in the way you reach out, those 3 first one, each profile, we will do an audit of your LinkedIn for free. Huh? Yes. Send me a message.
Find your personal way.
Find your personal way. Thank you.
How are you guys going? All is good? Have you enjoyed the day? So I'm going to do it. I know they tell me that I have to do it with the mic. So I want to thank you, all of you that have arrived that came to the event today. I think it's been a very busy day for all of us. So for certain, it has been more busy than others. We've also, and I bring these gentlemen on stage with me because we've promised that we wanted to give away some training and other prizes, other perks to the ones that will be the busiest of all. And I have a list of people that I've interacted with the most with all of our recruiters that got the highest score. And there is an announcement that I would like to make. But prior to that, I call Nyamke on stage. So you did a quiz this morning, 10 questions based on blockchain and DeFi and cryptocurrencies. And I have 3 winners that I would like to announce. So those winners are, I don't know whether they are still here, but it's Sergio Maestri. Are you there with us? I think he had to go back to work. Aurélie Pranzo, are you there? Yes, please do come on stage. So she was top 3 among 200 participants in the morning quizzes. And then I have Floris Stevens. Are you still with us? Oh, that's you? Oh, come on down. Tell me a little bit. So, Aurélie, who are you and what do you do?
I am Aurélie Poinceau. I'm coming from Luxembourg, going to school in Luxembourg School of Business, and I'm doing actually my master in management.
Lovely. What about you?
So my name is Floris Stevens. I'm a student in the Solvay Brussels Schools of Economics.
So we are going to. So what are we going to do? So I think you have 3 prizes to announce, right? So we have first prize goes to Sergio, and then the other 2. I'll let you.
Yes, thank you very much, Anthony, and congratulations to you. As I said before, education is very important, and between the prize that we're giving today, we have the first pool prize, which is a tricky worth prize, in which we're going to discuss with the winner about the relationship between money and blockchain, how people use DeFi to improve their lives. We go even further. We go how we can create DeFi projects, how we can easily create smart contracts, apply the blockchain technology to your own life or your own business. And to finish, we can even have like a consulting session at the end with some professional of the sector to help the winner to build something or even apply what he would like in his normal life. This is the first part. The second and the yes, exactly. The first prize is a worth of 3,000 euros. That's provided by ServiceChain. And the second prize, I hope you will love it. We don't go until the applications, but we discuss with you about the discovery of DeFi protocols, how people use it. We connect you to a wide network, and we discuss about the relationship also between money and blockchain. And this is the basic stuff from where we go. And we would like you to skyrocket on this market by waiting the next bull run. Thank you.
And now I would like to give the microphone to Mr. Hovert Sultan, who's the head of Academy of HEC Liège, Luxembourg, that we are supporting on having developed a Fintech certificate, and is going to tell you more about it.
Hello, and he stole my thunder. That's okay. I was going to say there are 2 good newses and some goodies I would like to announce. Good news number 1, HEC is in Luxembourg. We arrived. We were waiting long for it, but now we are here, and we're giving some, we're entering into a new collaboration, and that's good news number 2, with the LHoFT. And the 2 of us cooked up a program which is actually quite interesting and very relevant for today. And the prices that I'm going to announce are actually full scholarships into this program. Should we say the names first, or should I describe the program first?
The number as the I have a 6 names that would like to call on board who are going to benefit from a full scholar. Those were the busiest people of the day. They came in at 9, and some of them are already still here interacting with everyone. I would call on stage number 1, René Douani. Yes, that's you. Congratulations. Do come on stage. Second, Srinivasa Rao Palat. Are you there with us? Oh, there you are. Come on stage. Samantha Gombald. Are you there? Oh, there you go. We have Carlos Eduardo Vieira de Oliveira. There you are. Vipin Kumar Ramakrishnan. Where are you? He's already left. Grishma Johnson. Also, so we're going to follow up with these 2 others. A big round of applause for our winners of the day.
So to repeat, what you have won is a full scholarship to our FinTech certificate, which we are offering together in collaboration with the LHoFT. As with all our programs, these are all AACSB and EQUIS internationally accredited. So they are very highly regarded internationally outside Luxembourg as well as in Luxembourg. The program itself, do we have a slide or should I just talk about it? I'm just talking about it. It's the following. It starts by you choosing to take either a course with us on artificial intelligence, and that's taught by none other than one of the person who spoke today here during the conference is the head of innovation at Deloitte and a specialist in AI, Fateh. Or you decide to take another class which is on blockchain and big data. And that class is specifically brought to us by the LHoFT by 4 faculty members. One, Niamke went somewhere, but one is actually Niamke, who's an entrepreneur, of course. Another one is Pascal, who's a venture capitalist. Another one is Eric, who's a data scientist. And Petra, I shouldn't say that, but she's a techie. She knows all about the tech. So what you have is 4 people, an investor, an entrepreneur, a techie, and a data guy teaching you about blockchain and big data in FinTech. In both courses, as all of our courses, I should say, these are outside work hours, so they won't conflict with your work life. And all of it can be taken either face-to-face, in person, in our courses, classrooms, which are in the Chamber of Commerce in Kirchberg, or online, your choice. Both of these classes have 12 sessions and they run approximately 8 weeks. The project you would have to do is pick a problem in finance and apply the technology, finding a use case that solves that problem. And that's where it stops. And then it becomes even more interesting. Because after you've done it, either in AI or blockchain, we will bring you into the LHoFT. You will enter the incubator and spend 3 months working for a startup already in the LHoFT, living their everyday life, again outside work hours, so it doesn't conflict with your work commitments. And you see the everyday FinTech problems and successes and work they do here in Luxembourg. During that 3 months, the LHoFT and us will do everything to make sure that you meet everybody. Everybody who's anybody in FinTech in Luxembourg. We'll make you meet all the other startups, all the other startups. We'll make sure that you meet big banks, big funds, they can be your clients in FinTech. We'll make sure you meet investors. We'll make sure you meet the House of Entrepreneurship. We'll make sure you meet the House of Startups and the other elements of the ecosystems surrounding FinTech in Luxembourg. Which means, while you go through this, you will be really at the heart of the FinTech ecosystem in Luxembourg, You'll know all the players, the potential clients, the potential investors. And if you want to get involved in that ecosystem, you have all the support from us for you to do so. If you want a job out of it, you get a job out of it. If you want to start your own project, start your own project. And coming back to this second point, when I said that you then join the LHoFT, right? Joining a startup, you may choose not to do that. There's an even cooler option. You may choose not to join a startup in a LHoFT, but instead bring your own idea into the incubator, receive the full support of the incubator during 3 months, and work on your own project in a go-to-market strategy. And again, after 3 months is over, you have met everybody. You met your potential investors, you met your potential clients, you met your potential other startups who you can learn from, and then you can make a decision whether it's a startup you're really gonna launch, or you just decide to join another startup in the ecosystem. As a final word, this is your bridge into fintech in Luxembourg. Online, in person, outside work hours. Let me give you the certificates or the letters of admission.